Chapter 832. In Caroline's memory, her memories of the campus, as well as any memories of the campus, stopped at the junior high school stage. What was a university? She had actually received many rich university students and had heard many stories of these university students who came out to have fun. But what was a university? The dormitory of Arnold's classmate was in the boys' area. To Caroline's surprise, Arnold had the key to this dormitory. In this regard, Arnold's explanation was, "The accommodation fee is too high, much more expensive than the house I rented, so I applied for off-campus accommodation. However, the person who originally lived here had a good relationship with me. He secretly gave me a key so that I could rest here when I couldn't leave in time. Come in." The double room was very clean. The bed on the left looked very messy. Caroline even found a pair of women's underwear. As for the bed on the right, it was very neat and tidy. Even the quilt was folded into a square with distinct corners. Sometimes he brings his girlfriend here, too. Arnold smiled awkwardly at the woman's underwear that Caroline had found. Caroline expressed her understanding and then asked, "But what if your classmate comes back?" Arnold said he recently went to an enterprise outside for an internship. He basically won't come back. Don't worry. By the way, you sit here for a while. I'll go buy some food. Caroline hesitated a little, and uneasiness appeared on her face. When Arnold opened the door, he showed a reassuring smile. "It's okay. It's safe here." Caroline nodded, but after Anua left, he locked the door from the inside. She hurriedly went to the window and stared at the situation downstairs. Soon after, she saw Arnold walking out of the dormitory and walking to a convenience store not far away. Anua also seemed to be very careful. He kept looking left and right. Gradually, he disappeared under the shade of the trees on the campus path. Caroline breathed a sigh of relief. She felt sticky all over. She hadn't taken a shower for several days. She walked into the bathroom provided by the dormitory. The weather was hot, so she took a cold shower. When the cold water sprayed out of the shower sprinkled on her body, Caroline took a deep breath. The sudden drop in temperature stimulated the pores all over her body. Caroline closed her eyes. In the darkness, the scene at the crossroads in the morning suddenly appeared in his mind, the mother pushing the baby stroller. Caroline shuddered. She rushed to the mirror and looked at her eyes again. The whites of her eyes were still a little bloodshot, but it didn't seem to affect her vision. She stood in front of the mirror in a daze, looking at her own appearance, anticipating what would happen, or rather, anticipating what she would see. She was conscious. What she saw in the morning and the gas explosion in the bathroom of the restaurant last night was not an illusion or a coincidence. Something must have happened to her. So much so that she thought back to an earlier time, to the dream she had. She was being chased by something very dangerous. She was running away, but she couldn't get rid of it. In the end, she fell into endless darkness. Caroline subconsciously stroked her lower abdomen again. Has it been taken away? If it was the ability to see the future, it didn't seem to be something he could control. Caroline stood there for a long time, but nothing happened in the end. She couldn't think of anything. She even imagined that this ability to see the future would only happen a few times. Was it accurate every time? It took Arnold about half an hour to come back from outside, carrying a lot of food and water. Caroline unlocked the door and let Arnold in. After entering the door, Arnold glanced at Caroline in a daze. Caroline, who had just showered, simply wore a white shirt at this time. Her hair was wet and scattered, and the white shirt gradually hung down to the front of her thighs. Anua seemed to make a gulping motion. Caroline was very generous. "My clothes are dirty. You don't mind if I wear this, right? I found it on the bed here. It should be yours, right? It's okay. You can wear it." Arnold hurriedly walked past Caroline with the things and walked to the desk by the window. He hurriedly took out the things in the bag. "It's mine. I left a few more clothes here as a backup. Do you want to eat something? I bought bread, potato chips and chocolate beans." Caroline walked to Arnold's side. She didn't mind that her arm was pressed against Arnold's arm at this time. She picked up a bottle of beer from the bag. Pop! It was the sound of the can lid being pulled up. Caroline sat directly on the bed and casually crossed her legs. Arnaud glanced at Caroline and found that she was still wearing underwear. Caroline seemed to have noticed Arnaud's gaze, so she gave Arnaud a faint smile. Arnold hurriedly looked out of the window, then sat down, opened a bottle of beer and drank. Nerd. Caroline shook her head. Arnold didn't speak for a long time. He looked out of the window in a daze until the sky turned completely dark. He turned on the desk lamp, then turned his head. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that Caroline had already fallen asleep. She slept on her side. Her slender legs overlapped. She was using her arm as a pillow. She should be fast asleep. Arnold swallowed again, then stood up and slowly walked to the bed. He quietly reached out his hand toward Caroline's face. Arnaud's fingers stopped when they were about to touch Caroline's cheek. He began to move his arm. His fingers slid down along the curve of Caroline's body. He didn't really touch her, just an illusion of 1 or 2 centimeters away. Caroline suddenly moved and turned around. Arnold retracted his hand like lightning. He was relieved to find that the other party had just changed her sleeping position. He let out a long sigh, then pulled out the quilt and covered Caroline's body. Arnaud then sat down at the table. He glanced back at Caroline and saw that she didn't move. Then he quickly took out a key from his pocket. He unlocked the desk drawer, then reached out to take out something from his clothes and put it directly into the drawer. He quickly locked the drawer again and put away the key. He glanced at Caroline again, but she still didn't move. Arnold then lay down on the desk. Not long after, he fell asleep. In her deep sleep, Caroline suddenly showed a trace of pain. Her fingers grasped the bed sheets tightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. It was still the same dream. Under the light, the tattooed man, the Boston boss, and the rest, they were frantically stuffing something into their mouths. She struggled, frantically, struggled. It was very painful. In the end, Caroline stopped struggling. Her whole body went limp. In the end, there was no movement. It seemed that she had died. The roaring sound of an engine could be heard. From one end of the long road to the other, it was like a long lens that had been crossed in an instant. The speed of the red Hennessy Viper GT had conquered the road in an instant, causing the cars on the road to shrink back one after another. Son of a bitch, a red Viper GT. Who is that? The little princess of the Song Dynasty group, the Hennessy Viper GT, could no longer be seen on the long road. At this moment, a few luxurious private cars appeared on the road. However, compared to the breathtaking Hennessy Viper GT, these luxurious cars seemed to pale in comparison. Fifth uncle, I'm sorry. We lost missing. Got it. You guys come back first. Let the people of the second and third teams wait in front. Be careful to hide. Don't let missing find out. If anything happens, report to me at any time. Understood. The car slowly stopped at a winding mountain road. This city was surrounded by lakes on 3 sides. From here, one could overlook the endless sea. The annoying fly has been shaken off. Song Ying opened the door and walked out first. Come out. This is the place with the best scenery. It's better than the scenic spots that the tour group took us to. It's really not bad. Luaccio also walked out of the car. He came to the railing of the road and looked ahead. The night view, the sea view, the entire city could be seen at a glance. At this time, Song Ying took out 2 bottles of sparkling water from the small refrigerator in the car. You're quite brave. You drove so fast, but you didn't panic at all. Luaccio took the sparkling water from Song Ying and smiled slightly. Because I often take fast cars, so I trained a bit. Also, I happen to be a female driver, so it's not too abrupt. However, the speed is really fast. Song Ying drank the sparkling water and looked at Luaccio. Female driver? Girlfriend? Family? Luaccio looked at the horizon. The sea breeze was gentle. Song Ing played with her hair and shrugged. She suddenly said, "Can you drive?" Luocho thought for a while and said, "I've only driven a women's Mini. It's my family's, but I don't have a driver's license. Do you want to try?" Song Ing suddenly pointed at her Hennessy Viper GT and said, "Drive it. No traffic police will trouble you, and you don't need a driver's license. Our relationship is quite good." Luocho blinked. "You can think of it that way." Song Ing smiled. "However, I prefer to call it a privilege of the Song family." Luocho didn't resist trying new things. Moreover, driving an expensive sports car was also a good experience. Luocho readily agreed. The two exchanged positions. Luocho looked at the steering wheel and the dashboard. He suddenly felt that he didn't know where to start. Song Ing directly started the engine and said indifferently, "The basic operation is the same. However, I modified this car later. Don't step on the accelerator too hard when you start. This is your first time driving it, so take your time to get used to it. Come, put your hand here." Song Ing even grabbed Luocho's hand and put it on the steering wheel. You don't need to use one hand to drive a sports car. The Viper slowly moved on the mountain road. It was quite stable. Song Ing nodded and said, "You've adapted quickly. You can try to speed up. Pay attention to the front. There are many curves in this mountain road." She was a very qualified coach. "Where are we going next?" Luocho looked at Song Ing and asked, "Are we going to the top of the mountain?" There was a fork in the road ahead, the mountain road up and the mountain road down. "I'm not interested in accompanying you to the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise." Song Ing said, "Let's go down the mountain. I'll tell you how to go after we get down the mountain. The car is still too slow. Go faster." "It's fine." Luocho shook his head. "There is a speed limit here." I said, "Don't care about these rules." Song Ing frowned. "Rules are made by people. They are meant to be broken." Luocho shook his head. "Then it's a mess." Song Ing sneered and shook her head. She simply opened the window and let the night wind blow in. Although the performance of the sports car was not fully displayed, it seemed to be stable and maintained at the speed limit. The sound of the engine still echoed in the mountains. Song Ing gradually found that although the car was not speeding, this guy was unexpectedly stable. It seemed that he was steadily maintaining the same speed. How did he do it? "Your car is quite stable." Song Ing frowned. Luocho said softly, "I'm used to it. I have a family member who sometimes falls asleep in the car when she is too tired from work. If the car is too bumpy, it will wake her up." "Is that so?" Song Ing pondered. Then she suddenly said, "Turn left up ahead and drive in from 3rd Avenue. Accompany me to a place." "I heard that you know the language here." "Fine, keep driving along 3rd Avenue and stop at the Empire Hotel. I'll take a nap." "Okay." Song Ing closed her eyes. Apart from the sound of the engine, she really did feel quite stable. Unknowingly, she was really sleepy. Later, Song Ying's head tilted to the side, causing her body to tilt forward. But because she was wearing a seatbelt, she was immediately restrained and woke up. When she woke up, Song Ing found that she was still in the car. She looked around and found that the car had stopped. About 40 to 50 meters ahead was the entrance to the Empire Hotel she had mentioned earlier, and the sports car was now parked in a parking space beside the road. She looked at Luocho, finding that this guy was folding something with banknotes. It looked like a paper crane. "How long have we been here?" Song Ing frowned. "A while." Luocho concentrated on folding the paper crane, saying softly, "I thought you must be tired, so I didn't wake you up." Song Ing subconsciously looked at the time on her phone. It was already past 12:39. She remembered that it was only 10 o'clock when they started going down the mountain. It took less than half an hour to get to the hotel from the mountain road. This guy boring. Song Ing glanced at Luocho. What a waste of time. Luocho smiled, but you should be refreshed. It's not too bad. Luocio put the folded paper crane on the steering wheel. Get off! Song Ying opened the door, feeling inexplicably irritated. Almost at the same time, a black private car drove to the entrance of Zhonghua Street. Almost all the shops were closed, and the restaurants were also in the final stage of closing. Only 2 or 3 bars were still open. Chapter 833. This dynasty hotel was not very tall, but it occupied a very large area. Just the fountain in front of the door was half the size of a basketball court. Everyone they met along the way was unusually respectful to Song Ying. For Luocio, who knew the local language, this was enough to determine the relationship between the Dynasty Hotel and the Song family. This hotel is a chain hotel under the Song Dynasty Group. This is the headquarters, Song Ying said indifferently. Song Dynasty. You should know from the name. This is the Song family's business. You plan to show me around the Song family's business? Luocio looked around. Even though it was late at night, there were still many cars coming in and out. Most of them were luxurious cars. The guests were either rich or respectable. No, Song Ying said directly. We've already toured this place. It's now my working hours. Thanks to you, my work today has been delayed until now. I'm really sorry, Luocio said apologetically. At this moment, 3 men, 1 in front and 2 behind, quickly walked toward Song Ying. Song Ying pointed at the man in the lead and said, "This is Otis, the general manager of this hotel. Miss Ying." The general manager, named Otis, nodded at Song Ying. Then he looked at the young man beside Song Ying with a puzzled expression. In the general manager's impression, this little princess of the Song family rarely had male companions around her. Moreover, from the looks of it, this person's clothes were somewhat ordinary. However, this general manager did not dare to look down on someone who could make the little princess of the Song family accompany her. "Miss Ying, who is this gentleman? Don't worry about him. He came with me." Song Ying waved her hand and led the way into the hotel. As she walked, she said, "No need to waste time. Report as we go. Are the documents ready?" "They are ready. We can execute them after you sign them," Otis quickly said. At the same time, he waved his hand. The 2 assistants he brought along hurried to Song Ying's side. Then they took out the documents from their briefcases. Song Ying walked and looked at them as she said, "Start reporting." Otis quickly said, "There's nothing special about our daily work. There are 2 things. The first thing is that Sir Suriko wishes to book our dragon room for his 40th wedding anniversary with his wife." Song Ying quickly signed a document and didn't look up when she heard this. "He's not qualified. Tell him that Rueha Hall can be used by him." "Why is this week's maintenance fee 10% higher than last week?" Otis said, "Oh, it's because of the new air conditioners. It was reported last week." I remember now." Song Ying nodded. "What's the second thing?" Otis said, "The second matter is about the gambling hall." Otis's voice was a little low as he subconsciously turned around to look behind him. From the beginning, Song Ying was escorted by Otis and the other 2, while Luocio followed behind unhurriedly. "You can just say it. I told you not to mind it." Song Ying also realized what Otis was afraid of, so she subconsciously turned around. However, before she could finish her sentence, she frowned. "Where is he? This that Mr. should have been following behind us just now. When did he disappear?" Otis quickly looked at the 2 assistants. "Did you see him?" The 2 assistants shook their heads blankly. "I'll send someone to look for him right away." Otis quickly looked at Song Ying. "Then why aren't you going?" Song Ying said in a low voice, "If you can't find him, don't come to work tomorrow." "But you just said don't mind it." Song Ying could not help but look anxious. Even if she did not have a good impression of Luocio, she did not dare to simply lose him. This was the grandson of her grandfather, her elder brother who had been searching for decades. She could not even imagine how furious Song Tianyu would be if she lost him. "I'll go look for him too," Song Ying slapped the document in her hand on one of the assistants. But just as Song Ying walked out, she already saw Luocio. But there was a little girl in pajamas beside Luocio. I saw this child walking alone and looked quite scared. Since you are busy, I won't disturb you. Luocio held the little girl's hand and walked to the front of everyone. Then he asked, "This child seems to be lost. Can you help find her parents?" "Oh, please leave it to me." Otis quickly stood up and said, "You go and check it out." The two assistants hurriedly took out their phones. Song Ying walked directly to Luocio and said in a low voice, "Please don't disappear without a word next time. This will cause trouble." Her voice was a little loud. Luocio nodded and said softly, "I'll be careful, but can you lower your voice? You'll scare me." Luocio looked at the little girl, who was holding his hand. The little girl raised her head and looked at the angry Song Ying in horror. Then she hid behind Luocio. Song Ying was stunned. Then she opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. "We've found the child's parents." Soon after, Otis came back with his men and brought back the news of the missing child's parents. The little girl was now brought to an empty living room. Song Ying asked the chef on duty to cook a lot of food. Unfortunately, the little girl seemed to be very afraid of this big sister. From the beginning to the end, she only hid behind Luocio and refused to let go of his arm to protect him. Am I that scary? Song Ying could not help but laugh at herself. She simply did not want to provoke this child. "Have you found them? Where are they?" Song Ying looked at Otis and asked. Otis said, "The couple is now playing in the gambling hall. Our men have informed them, and they're on their way here." As he spoke, Otis glanced at the little girl and said, "This couple probably took advantage of the fact that the child was asleep and secretly went to the gambling hall to play. But they didn't expect the child to wake up in the middle of the night and not see them, so she ran out to look for them. It's okay missing. It's just a false alarm." Just as Otis had said, the little girl's father was quickly brought here. "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." Probably because they knew that they were in the wrong, the couple didn't say anything and looked vexed. The hotel would not criticize the guests, and Otis only said a few words to be more careful next time. That was all he could do to get rid of the guests. The child's parents planned to take the child away, but at this moment, the little girl pulled Luocio's sleeve. Luocio squatted down. "Is there anything else?" "Thank you, big brother." Unexpectedly, the little girl directly kissed Luocio's face, then glanced at Song Ying timidly, and quickly ran to her parents' side. Song Ying's expression was quite complicated. She felt that in the child's world, she had been categorized as the bad guy. Yes, this child is a beauty. She'll definitely be beautiful when she grows up. Song Ying said sarcastically, "Do you want to consider it?" Luocio stood up slowly and completely ignored Song Ying's suggestion. Instead, he asked, "Is there a gambling hall here?" "Isn't that nonsense?" Song Ying rolled her eyes. "Why do you think there are so many people here at this time of night?" "Oh, right. Otis, you mentioned the gambling hall just now, right? What's the matter?" Otis glanced at Luocio. Song Ying said, "To say it, I said to ignore this person." "But you just told me not to come to work tomorrow." Otis cleared his throat and said, "It's like this. Our people have found the whereabouts of the god of gamblers." Song Ying's eyes lit up. "You finally found him? Have you made contact with him? Where is he?" "I didn't expect him to be hiding in a manor near the suburbs." Otis quickly said, "Our people haven't made contact with him yet, but it seems that other people have found him too. From what I can see, these fellows probably have the same intention." Song Ying said, "The new Supreme King of Gambling Tournament is about to begin. The other families are probably going there because of him and want to invite him to represent them. There's no need to wait. We can't let the other families beat us to it. Get our people to make contact with the god of gamblers. No matter how high the price, we must invite the god of gamblers. I don't want to lose to that Zhong woman from China again this year." Otis hesitated. I heard that the representative from the Four Seasons group is the disciple of the god of gamblers. If our purpose of inviting him is to deal with our own disciple, I'm afraid he won't agree so easily. You guys go and state your conditions first. If it doesn't work out, I'll meet him personally. Song Ying snorted. Okay, I understand. Otis then said, Oh right, Miss Song, the person you asked me to bring over is here. Do you want to meet him now? Is it the other way around? Song Ying nodded and said calmly, Then send him over. Song Ying then walked to Luocio and smiled. Come, I'll show you something good. Something good? Luocio was curious. Song Ying said calmly, You'll know when you see it. Oh right, do you have phobia of blood? Phobia of blood? Song Ying only smiled mysteriously. It was a very luxurious suite with a living room, a master bedroom, and everything else. In fact, rather than a suite, it would be more accurate to call it an independent villa in the Empire Hotel. There was a small bridge in front of the door and a fish pond. There was also a rugged rockery in the garden. In fact, this independent villa could be described as a mansion. When Song Ying accompanied Luocio across the small wooden bridge, she suddenly stopped and said, Do you believe that there are crocodiles down there? And what species are they? Luocio walked to the railing and looked down. He asked curiously, Are they hiding there? How many are there in total? This fellow, Song Ying sneered and walked down the small bridge. You'll know what species they are later. Let's go. After passing through the garden in front of the door, Otis and the others accompanied them to the open-air tea house outside the villa. The square tea house was dug deep into the ground, about 60 centimeters below the ground. When Luocio and the others arrived, there were already several men in black suits waiting for them. At the same time, there was a man in his 30s lying on the ground. He was a Caucasian. This guy was only wearing a white shirt and trousers. There were bloodstains on the white shirt. Some of the bloodstains were completely dark. It was likely that he had been beaten up for a long time. Miss Ying. The people waiting greeted her in unison. Song Ying sat down and pointed to the seat beside her, indicating for Luocio to sit down as well. At this time, the Caucasian man who was lying on the ground quickly crawled over. However, he was quickly pressed to the ground by the men in suits. Miss Ying, please let me go. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. The Caucasian man was terrified and begging for mercy. This person is a gambler. Song Ying looked at Luocio and said indifferently, But he cheated in our gambling hall and was caught by us. The evidence is conclusive. According to our rules, if you are caught cheating, one of your hands will be cut off. Hearing this, the Caucasian man who was pressed to the ground struggled desperately. Miss Ying, let me go. Let me go. Don't cut off my hand. I beg you. I beg you. I was forced to do it. Let me go. Let me go. Forced to do it. Song Ying suddenly nodded. Actually, we are forced to do it many times. If you follow our rules, the money you win is yours. If you lose, it's also yours. However, you cheated, so you should know what kind of consequences you have to bear. Song Ying waved her hand. The men exerted more force, then pulled out the Caucasian man's right hand and put it on the tea table. Then another man took out a machete. No, no. Ah. Without any mercy, the man with the machete directly covered the Caucasian man's arm with a white cloth and then chopped the machete in his hand. Under the Caucasian man's shrill scream, a broken hand fell directly on the wooden floor under the tea table. The Caucasian man had fainted from the pain. After the big men released him, he collapsed on the ground, motionless. Get rid of him. Song Ying glanced at him indifferently. At this time, several men directly lifted the Caucasian man's body and then picked up the broken hand at the same time. They didn't go far, but directly threw the man into a pond not far away. In the darkness, the predator was stimulated by the smell of blood, and the water suddenly became turbulent. In the darkness, a huge creature suddenly pounced on the Caucasian man's body, crazily biting and tearing. The screams sounded again, but it didn't sound for long before disappearing. Only the splashing water and bubbles from the pond were still rippling on the water surface. Did you see the species of this crocodile? Song Ing looked at Luocio at this time, revealing a beautiful smile. Luocio said indifferently, "Didn't you say that the rules were only to cut off his hand? Why did you kill him?" Song Ing said slowly he cheated, so he cut off his hand. But after all, he cheated, and he succeeded several times. This matter can't be spread because it will affect the reputation of our gambling hall, so we can only kill him. Grandfather said that you can rely on your own ability to steal something from our Song family. But if you rely on cheating, then I'm sorry. Luocio asked curiously, "Since you can successfully cheat, isn't it a reflection of strength?" Song Ing smiled slightly. "That's right, it's a reflection of strength. It's a pity that our Song family is stronger, so we set the rules. We can say that this is strength, but we can also say that this is cheating." Song Ing stroked her long hair. "On the other hand, if one day we meet someone stronger than us, our life and death will be in the hands of others. Just like this man, maybe I will be thrown to feed the crocodiles or caught as a slave and played with until I'm rotten." She stood up, then walked in front of Luocio, bent down, put her hands on the back of Luocio's chair, and pressed down on him. "My parents died in an assassination. The enemy is our Song family's opponent." She leaned forward, almost touching Luocio's face. "Tomorrow, maybe tomorrow you will also have the same ending. Do you still want to stay in such a Song family?" Luocio looked at Song Ing's eyes and suddenly said softly, "So beautiful." Song Ing was startled, and then subconsciously looked at her collar. She bent down too low, and the scenery in front of her chest was visible. She frowned. "Pervert." Luocio shook his head. "It's your eyes and the thing connected to your eyes." Song Ing snorted and stood up. "Think about it carefully, whether you are suitable for this world. Behind the riches and honor of this world, there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood." Yen 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 yen. Chapter 834. I'll think about it. Luocio gave such an answer to Song Ing's question. Of course, Song Ing did not expect to get the answer she expected because this guy was too calm. So calm that it was scary. No matter how strong a person was or how indifferent they were to life and death, or even if they just tried to pretend to be calm, there would always be traces to be found. He did not pity the Caucasian man who cheated, nor was he moved by the man's chopped hand. As for the last scene of him feeding the crocodile, it was more like watching a circus show, the kind that was not very exciting. He was either cold-blooded to the extreme, or he was born with a lack of emotions, or this kind of thing was a child's play to him. "Who are you?" Song Ing stared at Luocio again, trying to catch the slightest change in expression on his face. "To you, I am Luocio." Luocio thought for a while. "To us." Song Ing frowned. "Isn't that to us? Who are you?" "Miss Song, don't worry too much." Luocio smiled. "In fact, I won't be staying for long. Maybe a few days, maybe a week, I'll leave." "You're leaving?" Song Ing heard an unexpected answer. "It depends. If there are more interesting things here, I should stay for a few more days." Luocio said indifferently. "Is that so?" Song Ing raised her eyebrows and snorted. "Very well, I'll make you feel bored like never before." After that, Song Ing did not say anything else and ignored Luocio. Accompanied by Otis, she left the independent villa suite in the hotel. She did not arrange any reception for Luocio and did not even say a word to Luocio. She treated him as if he was invisible and did not exist. Even so, the hotel staff did not dare to do so. Although Miss Ing seemed to be on bad terms with this Mr. Luo, but she didn't drive this guy away, did she? Who knew if Miss Ing would suddenly say, "You don't have to come to work tomorrow." Therefore, the general manager of the hotel, Otis, did not dare to neglect this young man. Miss Ing is actually a very nice person. Why don't you go and coax her? We're not in the kind of relationship you think we are." Luocio smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry about me. Mr. Ordaz, you should be busy. I'll be fine by myself. Because Song-ing didn't say anything, Luocho followed her all the way to a spacious office. The general manager, Otis, looked at Song-ing, who was silently reviewing documents in front of his desk. He could only smile bitterly, then lowered his voice and said, "Well, Mr. Luo, if you need anything, just find someone and let me know. There's a secretary on duty outside the door. You can also tell her. I'll give the order." "Thank you." After Ordaz left, Song-ing suddenly looked up at Luocho. Luocho felt her gaze and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Unexpectedly, Song-ing just stared at Luocho intently. After a while, she seemed to have figured something out and started typing on the keyboard with both hands. Luocho smiled, then raised the temperature of the air conditioner by 2 degrees. He walked quietly to the bookshelf in the office and picked up a book. "If you're sleepy, just find a room to sleep in." Song-ing did not look up. She started typing on the keyboard and started writing on the document. "The service of this hotel is pretty good. If you have any special needs, you can be satisfied. Although I don't have a good impression of you. You're still a member of the Song family. I can't treat you badly. I'll just read for a while." Luo Chio pointed at the book he had just taken down from the bookshelf. "Tea Sutra. Up to you." Song-ing lowered her head and started working again. "Do you want me to pour you a glass of water?" Luocho looked at the almost empty cup beside Song-ing. "Don't disturb me." Song-ing did not look up. "Also, turn the air conditioner back to normal. I'm afraid of the heat." Luocho nodded and walked to the wall to adjust the temperature of the air conditioner back to normal. Then he walked back to the sofa. However, this time, Luocho's footsteps were lighter. Actually, reading ebooks was more convenient and more comprehensive. However, it was not as good as reading a paper book. Luocho was a person who liked to read. It did not take long for him to be immersed in the contents of the Tea Sutra. The minute and second hands on the white wall clock slowly turned. 2:00 in the morning, 2:30, 3:30. Song-ing occasionally looked up and glanced at Luocho, who was reading. Then she lowered her head and started working again. 4:00 in the morning, 4:38. Song-ing stood up with the document in her hand. She was completely immersed in the world of work. She didn't even feel that there was one more person in the office than usual. She completely ignored the existence of Luocho. Early in the morning, at 6:23 a.m., Song-ing threw down the fountain pen in her hand. Then she stretched lazily and beat her shoulders. Did he leave? Song-ing looked at the seat where Luocho was sitting. He was no longer there. She didn't even know when he left. Song-ing directly called the secretary outside the office. "What about the guy surnamed Luo? Did he find a room to sleep?" The secretary said, "No, missing." Early in the morning, several gentlemen came and picked up Mr. Luo. "Picked up? Who?" Song-ing frowned. Mr. Little Song came in person. The secretary quickly said, "He has been gone for more than 20 minutes. "Well, I see." Song-ing calmed down. It seemed that Luocho didn't come back all night. Even her uncle, Song-hauren, couldn't sit still, so he came in person to pick up Luocho. Song-ing shook her head. She didn't like that her grandpa and uncle treated this guy as a treasure. What else did Mr. Little Song say? Mr. Little Song said that he was going to take someone back to accompany the chairman for breakfast. He said that the chairman hasn't woken up yet. "There is still time, busybody." Song-ing muttered, then shook her head. "Bring me something to eat. I'm a little hungry." Soon after, the secretary came in with a plate. There was only a porcelain bowl on the plate, but the thing inside surprised Song-ing. "Plain porridge!" The secretary nodded and said, "Miss Ing, you stayed up all night. It's better to eat something light." Song-ing shook her head and said, "Take it away. I don't want to eat it. It's too late. I don't like things without taste. Have you forgotten?" The secretary was a little disappointed and anxious at the same time. She gritted her teeth and said, Missing, you don't have to eat it often. I actually stayed up for a long time. Besides, it's not tasteless. I added ginkgo. Song Ing glanced at the secretary, and the little secretary felt a chill on her back. She suddenly picked up the spoon and took a bite. It was soft and glutinous. Although it was light, the aftertaste of ginkgo spread in her mouth, as if washing away her fatigue in an instant. Song Ing suddenly had a big appetite and ate spoon by spoon. It's not bad. I can eat it. Song Ing nodded. The little secretary was suddenly happy and quickly said, "There's more in the kitchen. Missing likes it. I'll add some more for you." Song Ing nodded. The little secretary happily walked out of the office with a bowl, but she suddenly glanced at her seat. About an hour and a half ago, Mr. Luo suddenly came out and asked her, "Do you want Miss Song to praise you and smile at you?" But your miss is the kind of person who won't refuse the kindness of others. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 835. In fear, time would become very slow, especially when there was not much support for projects to pass the time. Time would crawl like a snail. The university dormitory was equipped with a TV series. Caroline had repeatedly switched dozens of channels back and forth. Even so, only half an hour had passed. Arnaud was not here. He said that he still needed to go to class. Otherwise, he might not have enough credits to graduate. Caroline found out that Arnaud was studying in 3 different departments at the same time. There were some certificates and awards in the dormitory, all of which belonged to Arnaud personally. This guy is probably a genius, right? Although Caroline didn't know what a real genius should be like, there was no doubt that Arnaud was the smartest person she knew. Well, just in terms of studying. The university campus was very quiet and clean. Young faces were everywhere. Young men and women walked on the campus roads in groups of 3 and 5. Caroline leaned against the window, feeling as if she had entered a zoo called University. She was looking at a world she had never been in contact with. Caroline suddenly thought of Nia. She hadn't heard from Nia for a few days. She didn't know if lawyer Carlo had sold Nia's real estate. Perhaps he had sold it and let the boss of Boston's men get $2 million. She lay in bed perhaps more hopelessly than ever before, for Carlo was probably gone, for even Caroline herself had disappeared from the last moments of Nia's life at this time. Every time she thought of this, Caroline felt very sad and guilty. Perhaps a real whore should be more ruthless. Caroline thought for a long time and finally found a reason for herself to calm down. She forced herself to avoid thinking about anything related to Nia. Besides, she could not even protect herself now. She kept changing the TV channel because she wanted to see if there was any news about Livia's murder. However, to Caroline's regret, the various TV stations broadcast either non-nutritious programs or all kinds of strange news and current affairs. Caroline suddenly felt a little ridiculous because she understood that for a lowly sex worker like Livia, not many people would pay attention to her even if she died on the street. The police would even be troubled because it increased their workload. Just like that, the death of a life was buried in the ever-changing society. Scum, trash. For a moment, Caroline even subconsciously labeled herself as such. Thus, when she looked at the men and women on campus, she suddenly felt that these people were somewhat disgusting. She knew that she was just venting her anger on him. But if she didn't vent her anger, what could a person like her do? Someone like me? Caroline suddenly rushed out of the dormitory, recklessly. She remembered Arnold's warning not to leave this place casually. But at this time, she just wanted to find a place to get some fresh air, even if it was just taking a stroll around the dormitory. Of course, she would still take some protective measures. For example, she put on a hoodie and took a pair of glasses from Arnold's desk. She found that the glasses turned out to have no lenses, just a pair of glasses. Caroline didn't think too much about it because she felt that she was in a mess now. She couldn't figure out what happened when she came in. She gradually walked through the path of the boys' dormitory and came to an artificial lake on campus. Caroline threw a few stones into the artificial lake. She even played a game of throwing stones several times, but in the end she felt bored. When she looked back, she saw an old man sitting alone on a bench not far away. The old man stared at the artificial lake in a daze. Caroline felt that this old man was obviously not spending a leisurely afternoon. He should have something on his mind. Perhaps time will pass faster if I chat with a stranger. Caroline subconsciously walked toward the old man who was sitting on the bench in a daze. "Can I sit here?" Caroline stepped forward and asked. The old man glanced up, didn't speak, and didn't continue to pay attention. Caroline shrugged and sat directly on the other side of the bench. "What's this?" Caroline noticed a black card next to the old man. The old man didn't reply, but quickly stuffed the card into his pocket. Caroline didn't care much. At this time, she suddenly took out a few pieces of chocolate from her pocket. "Do you want to eat? I heard that if you eat something when you are unhappy, you will be happier. It seems that chocolate contains some special ingredients or something." "Arachidonic acid aminoethanol," the old man said indifferently. Caroline asked curiously, "What is this?" The old man glanced at Caroline and frowned. Arachidonic acid aminoethanol is an endogenous cannabinoid that can combine with the opioid receptors in our brain and then promote the production of dopamine in the brain. Dopamine can make people feel happy and relaxed. This is the campus of the Department of Bioengineering. Are you a student of the Department of Bioengineering? Why don't you know such basic things? Caroline rolled her eyes. "Do you have to be a student just because you're here? Are you also a student here, old man?" Of course, this old man couldn't be a student. This was just Caroline's glib talk. "You don't know me?" The old man glanced at Caroline in surprise. "Are you famous?" Caroline asked back. "I'm not famous." The old man said indifferently, "I'm just a bad old man who had to retire and was sent to this place to retire." "Retirement? Isn't retirement good?" Caroline asked curiously. "Haven't you worked hard all your life for retirement? I think you should be quite rich. Isn't it good to enjoy life next? Why are you still sulking here?" The old man said, "My life is long gone." Caroline saw that the old man had no intention of touching the chocolate she gave out, so she took it back and ate it herself. Suddenly she said, "Probably, but it's much better than some people waiting desperately for death in a hospital bed. At least you can sit here in a daze, and others might not be able to see tomorrow's sun." The old man glanced at Caroline in surprise. His intuition told him that this girl had a sense of vicissitudes that ordinary students didn't have. He subconsciously asked, "Do you have something on your mind too?" Caroline kicked her legs and seemed to be in a better mood. She said, "Old man, you just said also, right? You go first." The old man shook his head. Caroline simply sat up cross-legged and then turned herself to the old man. "Don't you think it's just right? I have something to worry about, and you have something to think about. We're both depressed, and it's not that we don't want to know each other. We might not see each other again in the future. So why don't we talk to each other? I heard that if you listen to more of other people's miserable experiences, you'll feel happy. What kind of logic is that?" The old man frowned. Caroline shrugged and said, "There's no logic, but isn't it all the same? Let's say you've had an unlucky afternoon and you can't feel any worse. But at night, someone tells you that your neighbor died in a car accident. You may feel sad, but don't you also feel lucky? Because someone else is worse off than you, building your happiness on others." The old man shook his head. "Not interested." Caroline shrugged and said, "That depends on who the other party is. Maybe the other party is also building happiness on you. Anyway, I'll say it first. Let's each say one thing. We cannot discuss any reasons for this matter and just simply listen. How about it?" Seeing that the old man didn't respond, Caroline thought for a while and said first, "I'm currently being chased by a few bad guys. I can't go anywhere now. I can only hide. All the money on me has been taken away by the bad guys. Now I'm basically in a state where I don't have the next meal. Then you should go to the police, the old man said indifferently. Caroline said, "Didn't we agree not to talk about the matter itself and just listen? Okay, it's your turn, old man." The old man frowned and hesitated for a while before slowly saying, "I can still work, but I have a problem at work. This will have a great impact on my son. That's why he fired me from my job and sent me here. If I don't agree, life in a nursing home will be waiting for me." Caroline said, "A friend of mine unfortunately died not long ago, and I inexplicably appeared at the scene of the murder. They all treated me as the murderer." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the young girl with a delicate face, his face sank. Caroline was ready to run at this time. Unexpectedly, the old man stared blankly at the lake. I've killed a lot of people. A long time ago, because of my stubbornness, I caused a work accident. Then my colleagues who worked with me all died in the accident. This even included one of my favorite students, and she was also my son's wife. No wonder your son treats you badly." Caroline said in astonishment. The old man frowned. "Didn't you say not to talk about it?" "I'm sorry." Caroline shrugged and then looked up into the distance. "I lied to someone. Although I don't know if she treats me well or not. She was still willing to give me the last bit of her things. But I still lied to her, deceived her with others, and cheated her of her hope." The old man said, "I'm also deceiving my relatives and deceiving my grandson. I dare not tell him the truth back then, and try my best to maintain this family. But we all know that the longer the deceit, the stronger the pain will be when the truth comes." Caroline was silent. The old man was also silent. After a long time, Caroline suddenly said, "I have no future." The old man said slowly, "My dream is dead." After a long time, Caroline sighed, stood up, and shook her head. "It turns out that I can't be happy at all." The old man also smiled bitterly. "Let's go." Caroline shook her head and patted the old man's shoulder casually. It was a very simple, comforting action. However, the moment her palm touched the old man's shoulder, Caroline's brain suddenly exploded, and a strange scene flashed in front of her eyes. A white bed covered with white sheets. It was the old man's appearance. He seemed to be dead in the ward. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man with a complicated expression and a little boy who was crying. You will die," Caroline muttered to herself. She shuddered and woke up. She saw the old man looking up at her in shock. Caroline hurriedly said, "I didn't mean that. I just, maybe." The old man shook his head thoughtfully. "Maybe even I died back then. I mean, in the future." Caroline swallowed her words in the end. The old man also stood up, put on his hat, and turned to leave. Caroline said to his back, "Do you want to go home more?" The old man waved his hand as a farewell with Caroline on his back. After watching the old man leave completely, Caroline went back listlessly. Perhaps she could rush back to the dormitory before Arnaud came back from class. She didn't stop all the way. When she was about to reach the dormitory, she went into the convenience store and bought a bottle of beer. The money was taken from the table in the dormitory. It was just some loose change, probably enough to buy a bottle of beer. When Caroline walked out of the convenience store, she saw Arnaud walking past with his head lowered. Caroline wanted to stop him, but she saw him quickly circling to the back of the convenience store. Caroline frowned. She didn't make a sound, but followed quietly. Arnaud stopped in the alley behind the convenience store, and a few young men were waiting here early. These people should be students of the school. Caroline saw that one of them was carrying a school bag. Arnaud seemed to be particularly cautious. They were talking about something. The students suddenly took out money and handed it to Arnaud. After Arnaud nodded, he took out something from his body and handed it to these students. Caroline opened her mouth and quickly turned her back with a little horror in her eyes. Her face suddenly turned pale. Caroline subconsciously covered her mouth, but her fingers touched the glasses on her face. Caroline took off the glasses abruptly. There were no lenses. Arnaud was nearsighted, but these glasses, this person is not Arnaud. In the evening, an old man came to the stairs. He was holding a strange black card in his hand, and his face was confused. He seemed to be looking for something, and his eyes kept looking around. This old man looked clean and neat, and his clothes should be of good brands. This attracted some covetous eyes nearby. Although there was a rule not to rob locals, in fact, many people really cared about such a rule most of the time. The old man didn't know that two people had been quietly following behind him. His eyes suddenly lit up at this time, and he walked toward a grocery store on the stairs. From the eyes of the two people who wanted to see the robbery, the old man was indeed walking in this direction. Where is he? Wasn't he here just now? Why did he suddenly disappear? Quickly look for him, Club. The old man looked up at the door of this old shop, and then reached out to push the pine door. The old man was surprised to see such a luxuriously decorated shop in the slums without losing its style. He didn't know where the lights were installed, but the lobby was bright and warm, soft and not dazzling. Is there anything I can help you with? The old man heard the voice and looked over. It was a woman in a black and white maid outfit. She was sitting quietly on a chair in the corner. The old man subconsciously raised the black card in his hand. It seems it brought me here, but I can't remember when this thing appeared in my hand. Have we seen it somewhere before? Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with, Dr. Frankie? The club maid asked again. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly passed into the old man's ears and heart. It seemed to have endless magic. Countless things flashed through the old man's mind. Old man, Dr. Frankie was not surprised that his name was called out in an instant. He just had an impulse in his heart. Chapter 836. Dr. Frankie only felt that the whole world had turned into darkness at this moment. In the darkness, a slender hand that seemed to have no bones was slowly reaching toward him. The sleeve inlaid with lace made it look like the stamen of a dahlia. The hand was still approaching, and then a long and narrow bottle appeared out of thin air. It carried the bottle and continued to reach toward him from afar. A face that was so beautiful that it seemed illusory and slightly pale suddenly appeared from the darkness, as if it had emerged from the depths of the dark sea. Dr. Frankie only felt that he had been completely lost in this pair of dark blue eyes. I want the future. He suddenly heard this beautiful person whispering something in his ear. Dr. Frankie felt that he couldn't hear it clearly, but he caught the most important information. This was something that could fulfill his wish. Without any hesitation, he took the long and narrow bottle, raised his head, and poured the contents of the bottle into his mouth. The taste wasn't bad. It felt like milk chocolate. What is this? Dr. Frankie asked subconsciously after drinking it. At the cost of your potential, it can greatly increase your brain cell activity and make you smarter. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere? It's okay, you'll soon forget it. Then you'll occasionally think of it and forget it. Don't worry about it. The price is my soul. The price is your soul. Thank you for your patronage. Miss Maid made a textbook bowed toward the back of the old man who left the door. Then she tidied up the empty bottle on the table. Is there a guest here? It was Tainzi who spoke. Since he became the Lord God of the game world, Tainzi had become the first black soul envoy in history who didn't need to go out for business because of a long-term and stable source of income. As long as you give me a network cable, I'll seduce even a god. Tainzi didn't know where he learned this witticism. Recently in Adam's work log, Tainzi often came up with this catchphrase, "What's the matter?" Yi asked indifferently. Tainzi hurriedly ran down the stairs. He didn't care about standing there and talking to Miss Maid. It's like this, Miss Yi. Recently, our server has been inexplicably lagging, especially after the last update. There are many bugs, and even some players' death count resets. I'm thinking, is there any way to solve it? Yi said indifferently, The celestial worthy palace that you privately built takes up too much of the system's memory. Just cut it down. F***CK, Tayenzi blinked and hurriedly said, Actually, how could I trouble you with such a small problem? I will definitely overcome it. Isn't there a saying that goes, if there's a condition, you have to do it. If there's no condition, I can also do it. Ah ha ha ha, I'll definitely do it well. Oh, Yu narrowed her eyes. Tayenzi lowered his head and said, I will immediately reduce the celestial sovereign palace. Okay. Miss Maid nodded and said, I'll set up an additional server for you in 2 days. The number of players has almost reached the original upper limit. You won't be able to hold on for long, no matter how much you reduce it. You've done a good job in attracting players. Tayenzi flattered, This is also because of Master and Miss Yi. I'm just basking in the glory. How's the soul that Master recently put in? Yu Yi suddenly asked. Tayenzi opened his eyes and said without blushing, It's pretty good. However, he insisted on reincarnating into a slime. I can't do anything about it. However, I have tried my best to put this soul in an environment that is easy to grow. Now, it's already a level 15 mini-boss. Is that so? Yu Yi nodded and said with a faint smile, That's good. However, since you want to play the role of the Demon King, it's not that useful if you don't grow up in a cruel environment. That's what I think too. Tayenzi agreed. Continue to work hard. Yu looked at Tayenzi with a smile. Don't disappoint Master's expectations of you. Tayenzi immediately straightened his back, said goodbye, and went back upstairs happily. Seeing Tayenzi disappear in the corridor upstairs, the servant girl smiled faintly. If I can defeat the Demon King, the next step should be to defeat the God King. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes. I have to plan carefully. After thinking for a while, Miss Maid sat down. She pointed at the table in front of her, and a recipe suddenly appeared out of thin air. She began to flip through it, but not long after, Miss Maid frowned slightly and suddenly waved her hand. On the floor of the hall, a black light appeared. Then it turned into lines and finally formed a circle. In the circle, something was floating slowly. It was a black cabinet with a height of about 3 meters. This black cabinet looked like a huge safe. Miss Maid pressed her palm in the center of the black cabinet. Neatly net-like cracks began to appear in front of the cabinet, and then it shrank little by little and finally opened. In the cabinet, there were many black crystal spheres, and each sphere's base was marked with a corresponding number. At this time, among the many black spheres, there was a sphere emitting a weak fire from the internal force, and the number marked under its base was 17. On the 17th, is he going to wake up much earlier than expected? Yu Yi muttered, It's time to inform Master. I believe you'll handle it well. I hope I can see your excellence when I come back. Miss Maid was startled, and then she gave up this idea. I can't disturb Master's vacation. Arnaud suddenly stopped in front of the door of the dormitory. He looked around the corridor, then suddenly squatted down in front of the door and picked up a soft black thread under the crack of the door. Arnaud frowned, stood up, put the black thread into his pocket, and slowly opened the door. He saw Caroline watching TV in boredom at this time. Caroline heard the sound of the door opening and turned her head at the same time. You're back! Yes. Arnaud nodded, then glanced at the shoe cabinet next to him, and suddenly asked, Have you been out? Caroline raised the beer bottle in her hand and said, I bought this and suddenly felt like drinking. Really? When? Arnaud asked casually. Caroline thought for a while, then looked at the time, shook her head, and said, More than an hour ago. I forgot the exact time. You didn't see anyone, right? Arnaud took 2 steps forward. Yes. Caroline smiled. I saw something very interesting. What is it? Arnaud casually sat down next to Caroline, less than 5 centimeters away. At this time, Caroline hooked her finger at Arnaud with a mysterious look. Arnaud approached again, only to hear Caroline whisper, I found a secret. Arnaud's eyes shrank imperceptibly, but his palm slowly reached into his pocket and grabbed a bunch of keys. His fingers and fingers clamped the keys like the sharp claws of a beast. Arnaud whispered, "Secret?" Caroline said even more mysteriously, "I found. Arnaud didn't blink. Caroline suddenly said wittily, "The guy in the opposite room is actually a homosexual." Homosexual? Arnaud was stunned. Caroline nodded, then casually took a sip of beer and continued to watch TV. "Yeah, I saw him kissing another guy in the corridor. And the other person was the administrator downstairs in your dormitory. Oh my God, I almost vomited. Haha, is that so?" Arnaud slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket and smiled. "That's terrible. But you'd better not go out carelessly, it's too dangerous." Caroline nodded. "It's okay. I'm just going downstairs to buy something. I won't go far. And you said that even if Boston's people find us here, they won't dare to do anything." Arnaud stood up and said helplessly, "That's right. I know you're bored, but it's better to be careful. By the way, are you hungry? I brought you something to eat." "Is it bread again?" Caroline lowered her head. Arnaud smiled and said, "This is cooked food from the school cafeteria. Let me heat it for you." A 2-person dormitory was equipped with cooking tools. It should be the students' own configuration. Seeing Arnaud walking toward the microwave, Caroline slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Arnaud's back, who was fiddling with the food, and suddenly looked at her palm. She remembered the scene when she touched the old man's shoulder in the afternoon. Caroline stood up abruptly and walked toward Arnaud. Then she hesitated for a moment before patting Arnaud's shoulder gently. "What's wrong?" Arnaud turned around in confusion. Caroline showed a stunned expression. Nothing happened, but she had to explain her actions, so she said, "Nothing, just a little something. I've already swatted it away. Thank you." Arnaud smiled and then asked, "By the way, do you like spicy sauce?" Caroline secretly gritted her teeth and then made a rather crazy decision. She suddenly leaned on Arnaud's chest and kissed his lips. Arnaud's breathing suddenly became heavy. "Just treat it as rent." Caroline kissed Arnaud's ear and said in a passionate tone, "In any case, this was a hot body full of youthful vitality." Arnaud had the most primitive male reaction in an instant. His originally stiff body quickly relaxed, and his hands slowly placed behind Caroline's waist. Leaning against the cupboard, the two began to kiss. Arnaud's breathing began to become heavier and heavier, and he began to reach out to untie Caroline's clothes. Caroline's reaction became more and more intense. She suddenly pulled up Arnaud's clothes, then bent down to kiss Arnaud's abdomen. Her hands reached into Arnaud's clothes at the same time and began to stroke his chest. Little by little, Caroline rolled up Arnaud's clothes, and the kiss gradually went up. He let out a comfortable groan. Caroline paid attention to Arnaud's expression. When the clothes were completely pushed up to Arnaud's shoulders, Caroline suddenly stopped and stared at Arnaud's chest. There was nothing here except for a lot of chest hair. What's wrong?" Arnaud breathed heavily and looked at Caroline impatiently. Caroline said helplessly at this time, "There doesn't seem to be a condom, right?" Arnaud was taken aback, then swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth. "Wait a minute, I'll buy it soon." He seemed a little flustered and anxious. He hurriedly opened the door and said quickly, 5 minutes. Caroline made a seductive gesture. "Hurry up." Click, the sound of the door closing. Caroline quietly opened it again. Seeing that Arnaud had already walked quickly to the corridor, she quickly closed the door again and locked it. She stretched out her hand at this time, and there was a bunch of keys in her palm. Caroline held the keys in her hand and walked quickly in the room. Suddenly, Caroline walked to the desk and began to test the keys in the hero's hand one by one. Click, she opened the first drawer, but other than some certificates, she couldn't find anything. Caroline frowned and began to open the next drawer. One by one, the 3 drawers of the desk had been opened. Caroline had rummaged through everything inside, but she couldn't find anything, let alone what she hoped to find. Caroline sat down in disappointment and began to reorganize her thoughts. If this Arnaud wasn't the real Arnaud, then there was only one possibility. He was Haley. The real Arnaud was probably still in the hands of Boss Boston. In the convenience store, Caroline saw this Arnaud peddling things to the students. It was very likely that it was the batch of goods that he had swallowed from Boss Boston. This guy probably stole Arnold's identity and pretended to be a student here to make it easier for him to move around. Caroline hoped to find something useful to her. Perhaps this Arnaud hadn't had time to digest her stolen bank card and was still hiding it. Of course, this possibility was very small, and Caroline didn't have much hope. But she couldn't find anything useful in this drawer. Caroline looked out of the window in disappointment and saw that Arnaud had hurried back to the dormitory. Caroline suddenly panicked. She quickly tidied up the things she had messed up, wiped her face, and hurriedly looked for anything she had missed. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Key. The key to the door was also in this bunch of keys. Arnaud didn't have the key to the door. Caroline. The heavier the knocking on the door, the clearer the voice calling her name. Caroline's heart beat rapidly, and the heart rate index rose sharply. A white, fog-like light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. When the light faded, Caroline saw some strange scenes. She saw two men fighting. One of them was Arnaud. No, it was Haley. The other was on his back, so Caroline couldn't see clearly. At this time, Arnaud was being ridden by the other party and was being beaten by the other party with his fists. It seemed to be in the suburbs, surrounded by woods, and it should be at night. All of a sudden, the guy whom you couldn't see clearly pulled out a dagger and ruthlessly stabbed it into Arnold's chest. Arnaud widened his eyes and grabbed the other party's arm tightly until he finally stopped moving and his arm fell to the ground weakly. Caroline! The knocking on the door became more and more forceful. Caroline! Arnaud frowned deeper. He took 2 steps back, as if he was going to break open the door. However, at this time the door opened. Caroline was only wrapped in a bath towel. She asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "You." Arnaud was stunned, then said, "It's nothing. I saw that you didn't respond for a long time, so I was a little worried." Caroline looked at Arnaud suspiciously and said in confusion, "I was going to take a shower first. I had just taken off my clothes when I heard you knocking on the door. Don't you have the key?" Arnaud said, "My key seems to be missing. Did you see it?" Caroline shook her head. "I didn't see it." As she spoke, she suddenly looked at the floor at the door, at the corner of the shoe cabinet, and squatted down. "Isn't it here? Maybe it's because I left in a hurry just now." Caroline showed a mocking expression. After she teased Arnaud, this man was indeed very unbearable. Arnaud seemed to be a little embarrassed. He swallowed his saliva and slowly walked in front of Caroline. He grabbed her arms with both hands and was about to kiss her. "It's good that you're okay." At this time, Caroline dodged back. "Unfortunately, I can't today." Under Arnaud's puzzled gaze, Caroline walked to the bathroom. After a while, she came out with a pair of small underwear. There was a red patch on it. Caroline said helplessly, "It's not the right time. Maybe. Let's wait a little longer." With that said, Caroline elegantly closed the bathroom door. Arnaud was stunned. He only felt that his lower body was getting more and more uncomfortable because of the pants. He sighed and sat down gloomily. All of a sudden, a new awe seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly walked to the desk and opened the first drawer. After taking a look at the things inside, he reached into the drawer again. After feeling around for a while, he withdrew his hand and locked the drawer again. He looked at the bathroom door thoughtfully. Chapter 837. What's the matter? Arnold was startled. Caroline sat down and said sternly, "Do you remember that I mentioned to you that a bank card was stolen on the day of Livia's death?" Arnold nodded and sat down as well. Caroline said, "Actually, that card was temporarily given to me by someone else for safekeeping. The other party said that the money in it was a little troublesome and couldn't be casually moved. I don't know the specific reason, but that guy said that once the money was moved, it was very likely that the police would find it. Arnold frowned and said coldly, "You mean that's black money?" Caroline shook her head. I said, "I don't know. I just helped someone keep it. After it was done, that person said that he would give me a generous reward." Caroline glanced at Arnold and said, "There was a password written on that card." I couldn't help but quietly take a look. The number inside was a little scary. Arnold suddenly said, "How much is there?" Caroline showed a hint of vigilance. "The key is not how much money there is, but I think Haley will definitely withdraw the money, because he doesn't know that the money inside can't be moved." This. Arnold thought seriously for a while. How can you be sure that the money can't be moved? Besides, why would that person let you keep such a large sum of money and write the password on the card? Caroline smiled bitterly. Otherwise, how do you think an ordinary person like me can get such a large sum of money? If I had this ability, why would I be like this now, hiding here and there, afraid of a boss, Boston? Moreover, I don't know why he wrote the password on the card, just as I don't know why he chose me to keep it for him. However, I always feel that that person is not an ordinary person. Originally, a person with such a large sum of money dares to find an unrelated person like me to keep it. He must have some confidence, right? Arnold was silent for a long time before suddenly asking, "Is this mysterious person really so dangerous?" Caroline nodded seriously and thought. On the same night, Boss Neymar of our slums was assassinated. At the same time, the confidant of a powerful boss next door also died. Because of this, the two big gangs fought like crazy. Speaking of which, Levy Adam planned to run out and hide for a few days because the situation at home was too messy. She inadvertently glanced at Arnold and then smiled bitterly. But I'm afraid she'll never know that the outside world is even more dangerous. My condolences. Arnold comforted him, and then he asked cautiously, "So, do you think that the money is related to the fight between the two big gangs?" Caroline shook her head. "How would I know so much? I'm just a very ordinary person. But I think there might be a connection, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened on the same night. But actually, this is also good. At that time, I was blinded by greed and accepted this job. Now that I think about it, I was too impulsive. That money isn't something a person like me can afford. Now that Haley has stolen it, it's fine. He can be blamed for everything. That guy actually killed Livia. I guess that's a form of retribution." Caroline sighed, then looked at Arnold and suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. After all, Haley is your—" Arnold looked a little unnatural, then he shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. We don't have feelings for each other anymore. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." The topic suddenly fell into silence. No one knew what Arnold was thinking. Caroline saw this and suddenly said, "Then, do you want me to help you?" Arnold was taken aback and looked at Caroline doubtfully. Caroline clenched her fists and then swung them up and down a few times. She bit her lip and said, "I'm sorry. I only know how to comfort men. I feel that you should be quite upset." "No, no need." Arnold suddenly stood up from the sofa. I want to go outside for a walk. Just a walk will do. If there's nothing else, it's best not to go out." Caroline nodded to show that she knew. Arnold quickly put on his clothes and then left the dormitory. After waiting for a while, Caroline hurriedly put on a loose coat and quietly followed him out. She had lost everything. Not only that bank card, but even her savings had been confiscated by Boss Boston. All of this was because of the guy named Haley. She didn't know whether this Arnold was Haley or not, but perhaps she would find a clue on this trip. People die for wealth. After a day of work, Mr. Orphy returned home earlier than usual tonight. When he returned home, he saw his servant, Barbara, hurriedly walking up to him with a worried expression. "What happened?" Mr. Orphy asked with a frown. Barbara shook her head. Sir, I don't know what to say. Why don't you go take a look yourself? Mr. Frankie seems a little abnormal today. Mr. Orphy was startled and frowned again. Where is he? Barbara hurriedly said. He's in the workshop in the backyard. Mr. Orphy directly threw his briefcase on the sofa and walked with Barbara to the workshop in the backyard. Although it was called a workshop, it was actually just a small wooden house used to store sundries and some hardware that could be used at home. When Mr. Orphy and Barbara arrived, they saw Dr. Frankie lying on the ground. He was holding a piece of chalk in his hand and writing something quickly on the floor. A series of complicated formulas made up of various symbols and equations, not only on the floor, but also on the walls, the table, and anywhere else that could be seen had been filled with various formulas. Dr. Frankie seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. The ground was densely covered with discarded chalk. How long has he been like this? Mr. Orphy's frown deepened. It's been a long time, Barbara said. Mr. Frankie came back last night and directly walked here. I didn't pay attention to it at that time. Only when I made dinner and was about to call him did I discover this. And no matter how much I called him, he ignored me. At this time, Mr. Orphy directly walked behind Dr. Frankie. When he was about to speak, Dr. Frankie suddenly stood up. Harry, how many times have I told you that the amount of propellant and the engine parameters of a rocket can't be calculated with the Tsiolkovsky formula alone? That formula is outdated. Mr. Orphy was startled by Dr. Frankie's roar. His face slightly changed as he saw Dr. Frankie talking to an old brown bear plushie on the table. Mr. Orphy didn't know what happened to Dr. Frankie at this time, but in his opinion, Dr. Frankie was completely talking to himself. This is Harry. Barbara came over at this time, pointed to the brown bear plushie, and then pointed to a shabby crystal tube TV not far away. This is Bovev. Under Mr. Orphy's incredulous gaze, Barbara helplessly pointed to the rest of the things in the workshop one by one, such as hammers, electric drills, fishing rods, and so on, and named them one by one. Finally, Barbara picked up a dead football on the ground and said with a wry smile, This is you, Mr. Orphy. The doctor said that you were in the way of his work, so he he kicked the ball away. Every time Mr. Orphy heard Barbara say his name, his face would become ugly. At this moment, Barbara wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she stopped Mr. Orphy. After that, she hesitantly circled her head with her finger and asked, Sir, is there something wrong with Dr. Frankie? These guys are all from back then. Mr. Orphy suddenly quivered. He pulled Dr. Frankie's shoulder heavily, and then seriously stared into Dr. Frankie's eyes. But he saw Dr. Frankie muttering to himself as if he didn't feel anything. High-energy propellant, a propellant with a higher thrust ratio and more effective. The structure of the primary and secondary rockets should be lighter, so it should be lighter. Almost. Old man. Mr. Orphy shook Dr. Frankie's shoulder hard. Can you hear me? Wake up. It still won't work. Maggie, help me do another simulation. I seem to have thought of a new breakthrough point. Maggie is already dead. Mr. Orphy suddenly roared. Dr. Frankie was suddenly startled, and then looked at Mr. Orphy in confusion. He frowned and said, Who are you? Why are you in my laboratory? Don't disturb my work. The next experiment will begin in half a year. Get out of here. Don't get in my way. Dr. Frankie shook off Mr. Orphy's hands, and then took the chalk in his hand, turned around, and rubbed a pile of formulas on the table, and then continued writing. Mr. Orphy was angry and directly reached out to grab Dr. Frankie's arm, snatching the chalk in his hand, and said angrily, What are you doing? I said Maggie is already dead. You're the one who killed her. Dr. Frankie also screamed and even pushed Mr. Orphy away. Guard! Throw him out for me! Guard! Dr. Frankie madly grabbed all kinds of tools on the table and threw them at Mr. Orphy. Scissors, hammers, glue, Seeing this, Barbara hurriedly pulled Mr. Orphy out of the workshop. "Sir, I think we shouldn't provoke Dr. Frankie. He's not in a good state now. He's crazy," Mr. Orphy scolded. "He doesn't even recognize me." After Mr. Orphy and Barbara left the workshop, Dr. Frankie regained his composure and began to draw on the ground again. Seeing this, Mr. Orphy angrily closed the door of the workshop, and then said angrily, "Lock it! If you don't give him food, I'll see how long he can pretend to be crazy." Mr. Orphy turned around and left. Barbara helplessly glanced at the window, but Dr. Frankie seemed to be fine. Barbara sighed. She more or less knew about this family. Was this Dr. Frankie's counterattack to Mr. Orphy's tough resignation from his scientific research institute? Song Tianyu hadn't slept so late for a long time. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, he got out of bed. While full of energy, he also felt a sense of fulfillment. There was nothing happier than fulfilling a long-cherished wish of many years. "Master, you're awake." Fifth uncle had already brought the servants to Song Tianyu with towels and other things for washing up. Song Tianyu was not in a hurry to wash up, but asked, "Where's Luochio? Has he woken up? Was everything okay last night?" "It's my fault. I went to bed too early." "Nothing special." Fifth uncle smiled and said, "Master Chiu was also tired after a day, so he fell asleep early. But he's awake now, and he's with Master, saying that he's going to buy you something to eat." Song Tianyu smiled and said, "What do you want to eat?" "You can just ask fourth uncle to make it. Do you need to go out and buy it personally?" Fifth uncle said, "Master said that he wanted to eat soy milk and fried dough sticks, so he went to Zhonghua Street to buy it. He should be back soon." Song Tianyu was gratified and said, "These two children are so considerate. Fifth uncle, help me up." Fifth uncle quickly helped Song Tianyu up. "Master, be careful." Suddenly, a man walked quickly to the door of the room and said respectfully, "Master, it's your satellite phone. It's from Hua Nation." "China?" Song Tianyu frowned and quickly said, "Put it through." Fifth uncle waved his hand at this time, and all the servants left the room in an orderly manner. And fifth uncle took the phone and handed it to Song Tianyu, then left the room and closed the door. Song Tianyu then said seriously, "I'm Song Tianyu." "Song family's kid, it's me." Song Tianyu hurriedly sat up straight, and his attitude became humble. "Sisterly, it's so late. What's the matter?" It was a call from Hua Nation in the middle of the night. It was from old Madame Zhang, Li Lanfang of the Zhang family. "Song family's kid, I found some information about the person you asked me to investigate. I guess you'll be very interested in it." "Go ahead." Song Tianyu frowned. "I'm afraid that the Song family's kid was killed secretly." In front of the desk, Zhang Lilanfang looked at some materials in front of her. "Here are some documents. Let me tell you, these were sent by Shi Shiji and had been sorted out." Zhang Lilanfang didn't hide anything. She calmly told him what she had heard. "That's it. My men are still investigating those who were on the scene that year. I hope I can give you more information as soon as possible. Song family's kid, are you listening to me?" Song Tianyu kept silent for a while, then said slowly, "Sisterly, can I trouble you for one more thing?" "Go ahead, what is it?" "I want to go back." Zhang Lilanfang frowned. "How many people?" Song Tianyu said in a low voice, 300. "Too many." "It's not too many." Song Tianyu said in a low voice, "I know it's a bit difficult, but if you think it's too troublesome, Tianyu will think of other ways. You're going to bring a bloody storm. Song family's kid." Zhang Lilanfang sighed. "I'll think of other ways, but I can only do it in batches. I hope you won't go too far." "I can't thank you enough, but I have a condition." "Go ahead." "I've received a job recently and I need professional help. Song family's kid, I need your 300 people. How about lending them to me?" Chapter 838. Not long after, fifth uncle heard Song Tianyu's call. He pushed the door open and came in again. Then he ordered the servants to bring up the toiletries. Song Tianyu muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Old Five, tell the villagers not to take on any business in the near future. Those who have business on hand should finish it as soon as possible and come back. Prepare 300 people and equipment for me." Fifth uncle didn't ask why. He said that he would take care of this matter as soon as possible. Song Tianyu took the hot towel from the servant. After touching his face, he suddenly asked, "Where's Song Ing?" Fifth uncle said, "Missing went out early in the morning. She said that she went back to the hotel to deal with something." Song Tianyu shook his head. "It's hard on this child. She has to take care of business for our Song family at such a young age. This should be Howren's job. It's a pity that Howren's temper is too wild." Everyone knew that Song Howren didn't like to sit in the office. Instead, he liked to run around. So much so that when he was free, he liked to form a team and go everywhere to explore. It's good for the young master to have more experience. Fifth uncle smiled slightly. Song Tianyu shook his head and waved his hand. Fifth uncle understood and let the servants leave. Song Tianyu looked at fifth uncle and said, "Old Five, do you think Luoqiu and Songing are possible?" Fifth uncle had an expression that said, "As expected." After all, the Song family was a family with a long history. They had huge assets and power. However, in this generation, they encountered the awkward situation of being few in number. Song Howren seemed to have no interest in love. He had been single for so many years. Father Song watched himself grow older year by year. Naturally, he was secretly anxious. Originally, he had been looking for candidates for Songing. However, he hadn't found anyone to his liking. "Master, it seems that you really like Master Chiu." Fifth uncle smiled and said, "You've considered this so quickly. Putting aside the fact that he's a member of the Song family, this child is the one that I'm most satisfied with among my peers." Song Tianyu stood up, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtains. Not arrogant, not rash and calm. Rare. But fifth uncle said, "But master, have you ever thought that the more Master Chiu acts like this, the more unreasonable he is?" "Oh, tell me." Song Tianyu turned around. "Ordinary people." Fifth uncle said slowly, "Even if he was born in a wealthy family, it's impossible for him to be so calm after seeing the tip of the iceberg of the Song family. Old master, old Fifth is saying something unpleasant here. This Master Chiu might not be as simple as he seems." Song Tianyu frowned and glanced at fifth uncle. Fifth uncle said, "He's very natural. He's very natural to me and the servants at home." This was a habit that only people who were used to being served would develop. He's not surprised by anything. He's humble and neither servile nor overbearing. This kind of person. What about this kind of person? Song Tianyu asked. Fifth uncle said seriously, "Old master, this Master Chiu is more like a master. I've been working as a housekeeper all my life. I'm used to serving people, so I can feel this." Song Tianyu nodded. "But his family background is very ordinary. I've already asked people to investigate. There's no problem with his identity. And the verification was done by Howren himself. There won't be any mistakes." Fifth uncle frowned. "Then I'm afraid this Master Chiu is another kind of person. He's a born noble." Fifth uncle shook his head. "But we know that no matter how noble a person's identity is, if they grow up in an ordinary environment, they'll end up like ordinary people. On the other hand, if an ordinary person grows up in an upper-class environment, they'll be tainted with a noble temperament." Old Fifth. Song Tianyu walked over and patted Fifth Uncle's shoulder. "I know you're careful, but my view is somewhat different from yours. I don't think he's a born noble, but a born virtuous person." Song Tianyu looked at the beautiful manor outside the window and said thoughtfully, "A virtuous person is only good at Tao. If he's not virtuous, he'll be useless." "This is too," Song Tianyu added. I'll think about Song Ying's matter again. Don't worry too much. I think we should let these two children stay together for a while. Oh, I'm back. I'm hungry too. The car slowly drove into the manor. It was Song Haren's car, a very ordinary Jeep. In fact, it wasn't breakfast. After they finished the simple soy milk and youtiao, it was almost 11 o'clock. Song Tianyu personally brewed a pot of tea in the hall. After they shared it, Song Tianyu suddenly said, Luoqiu, I plan to go back to China in the near future. You should come back with me. Go back to China. Luoqiu looked at Song Tianyu. Song Tianyu smiled and said, Our Song family's old grave hasn't been taken care of for many years. Although you visited the morning hall, it doesn't count. You have to personally go to the Song family's old grave. This year, we'll be celebrating the Lunar New Year in China. Anyway, there are only a few days left. You can stay here and come back with me. Luoqiu thought for a while. He temporarily transferred the authority of the club to Yu Yi. It was a disguised form of vacation for him. Because of his vacation, when Song Ying's subordinates killed the Caucasian man last night, he was exempted from business. However, compared to the Black Soul Messenger's vacation, the cost of the boss's vacation was much higher. Basically, the boss was consuming his lifespan every moment. Although he could earn it back, the unit of consumption was also calculated in years. Because of the God King project, Luoqiu had this vacation. Intuition told him that there might be other reasons for Song Tianyu's return. More importantly, the emotions that had been suppressed all this time seemed to have begun to recover. For example, he cried for the Buddha jumps over the wall that was passed down in the Song family. However, Luoqiu also knew that in this mode, even if he temporarily enriched his emotions, it wouldn't be a long-term solution. The consumption was too great. Even with the support of the God King project, there would always be a situation where he couldn't sustain himself. In the end, in order to maintain his emotional enrichment, he might crazily develop more trading methods to obtain more sacrificial items to increase his lifespan. Then he might unknowingly walk the path of his predecessor. I really can't relax for a moment. Luoqiu's thoughts flashed in his mind. He looked at Song Tianyu and said, Okay. Song Tianyu said again, By the way, I heard that your father later married a second wife. When you go back, bring her for me to see. After all, she is the daughter-in-law of the Song family. She should kowtow to her ancestors. This woman is good. These years she didn't leave you. Our Song family can't treat her badly. Luoqiu just smiled and didn't give a definite answer. Song Tianyu thought for a while and said, Haren, go back to the village in the afternoon. I have something for you to do. Lao Wu will tell you the details later. Song Haren shrugged and then made a gesture of goodbye to Luoqiu. He was very free and easy. Song Tianyu suddenly clapped his hands. Then, a woman in her early 20s suddenly walked in from outside. Song Tianyu pointed at the woman and said, Ganhong, you will follow Master Chiu in the future and take care of his daily life. Luoqiu took a look. This girl was the attendant on the train. He looked at Song Tianyu and said in surprise, In the future? Song Tianyu said indifferently, She will be yours in the future. Buggy swallowed his saliva. In fact, his lips had long been in a dry and pale state. But there was no other way, because he had been exposed to the wind and sun on the rooftop. He had almost reached the limit of the human body. He lay on the ground without any strength. That night, after the club's servant girl threw him on the rooftop, he was completely abandoned. He tried to smash the iron door of the rooftop, but it was impossible to tear down the building with his bare hands. Buggy untied his belt weakly. It was the last way. He planned to gnaw off this belt. It was so hard. What are you doing? As if he had heard the gospel, Bucky suddenly burst out with a brand new strength and climbed up. He had finally met the Miss Servant Girl of the club. Seeing Buggy was so excited that he wanted to come over and hug her. Yi frowned and flicked her finger. Buggy rolled back the way he came and finally stopped after hitting the top of the guardrail. I say, you guys are too unkind. You threw me in this place, and I almost died. Buggy roared indignantly. Ye walked to Buggy expressionlessly. You are in good spirits. It seems that you can hold on a little longer. Buggy's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he begged for mercy. I was wrong. Please don't leave me here again. Ye smiled slightly. I said you are in good spirits, which means your spiritual power is good and has improved a lot. Now you should be able to hold on 4 or 5 times with the ability of the ring. Buggy was stunned. Ye said indifferently, there is a kind of cultivator in the Vatican. Their holy power is particularly strong because they persist in hard practice for many years. You don't eat or drink, and your body reaches the limit, which is a great training for your will. You have been too comfortable in prison these years, so you have to suffer more. When you have nothing to do in the future, limit yourself. Whether it is pain, hunger, or cold, it is a good way to exercise. I don't know whether I should say it or not, but the servant girl waved her hand, and a delicate plate suddenly fell in front of Buggy. Buggy subconsciously took it and found that there was a plate of fragrant barbecue in it. Buggy wolfed it down without saying a word, and then said ecstatically, Damn, it's delicious. Even a 3-star Michelin chef can't compare with it. Ye miss, did you specially make this for me? What kind of meat is this? It's really delicious, and after eating it, I feel a force coming out. Hurry up and finish eating and come with me. Someone is waiting for you, Yi said directly. Who? Your believer. The servant girl suddenly narrowed her eyes. Eat it clean. If there is any residue, you will always be hungry in the future. Buggy licked the plate crazily, not letting go of even a little bit of juice. Caroline didn't dare to follow too close and only dared to look at Arnold from afar. Even so, she still had to spend a lot of effort to barely keep up with the other party's footsteps. Arnold walked too fast and seemed to be unusually careful, stopping frequently to pay attention to the movements around. Soon after, Arnold walked into a teaching building. At night, there were no students in the teaching building, and the corridor was even quieter. It was easy to hear the sound of footsteps. When Caroline was hesitating whether to follow again, she saw someone sneaking in at this time. Caroline quickly hid. The back of the guy who came later was a little familiar. Caroline felt as if she had seen this guy somewhere before. She still mustered up the courage to follow. Arnold entered a classroom early in the morning and closed the curtains. Not long after, the person who came later also entered the classroom. Caroline vaguely heard some voices. The curtains weren't all closed, leaving a small gap in one place. Caroline stuck close to it. Through the glass, she could only see Arnold's appearance. Because of the angle, she could only see the other man's outstretched arms. The guy who came later put a leather bag on the table, then opened it, took out some small bags, and handed them to Arnold. Arnold frowned and said something to the other party. Caroline could see that Arnold was full of anger at this time, but he didn't seem to dare to resist. The man who came later directly grabbed Arnold's hand and stuffed the thing into his hand. In the end, he even gave Arnold a push. Arnold was pushed directly to the ground. The man walked over a little, and Caroline could finally see the man's side profile. It was Big Cousin. Caroline didn't recognize him wrongly. This was one of Boss Boston's men. He took her out to withdraw money, and when she met Carlo later, he pretended to be her big cousin. At this moment, the eldest cousin pointed at Anua as if he was saying something to warn him. Caroline subconsciously covered her mouth, afraid that she would make any sound. Boss Boston's men had been in contact with Arnold for a long time. They seemed to be forcing him to do something he didn't want to do. Could it be that this Arnold was indeed the real Arnold? Was it because he could help Boss Boston sell drugs at school, so Boss Boston let him go? Did he take the initiative, or did Boss Boston threaten him? Did he tell Boss Boston that I'm here? Countless questions. Caroline retreated in horror. I can't stay here anymore, and I can't go back to the dormitory. I have to leave this place now. Suddenly, Caroline bumped into something. It was a person, a guy whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Caroline didn't know when this person appeared behind her, and she didn't know if this person was accompanying her big cousin. Before she could make a sound, she was strangled by the man. At the same time, her mouth and nose were covered with a handkerchief. In an instant, Caroline fell softly to the ground. Remember to do your job well. Trash. Big cousin opened the door of the classroom. Before leaving, he yelled at the inside and left in a hurry. Before leaving, Big cousin looked at the corridor in confusion, but he didn't find anything, so he left quickly. Chapter 839. In contrast to the shabby houses in the slums, there were many luxurious houses for the rich. Mr. Besson was a member of the rich circle. However, he had many friends. In the past, Mr. Besson often held swimming parties in his house. Because of his extravagance, Mr. Besson had more and more friends. Tonight, there was another party in Mr. Besson's villa. However, this party was completely different from the swimsuit parties in the past. All the windows in the hall were closed and the curtains were drawn. They didn't turn on the lights, but everyone was holding three-pronged candlesticks. Under the light of the candles, there was enough light in the hall. Including Mr. Besson, there were 11 people in the party. They were wearing long black robes, and their faces were covered by their hoods. They stood in a circle, as if they were performing some mysterious ritual. Then what? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. Well, Mr. Besson hesitated for a long time. Then he frowned and said, "Maybe we should wait and see." "Forget it." A woman let out an impatient voice. Then she lifted the hood of her dress and quickly removed the black robe on her body. Of course, after taking off her black robe, the woman was wearing a strapless dress. The woman said in frustration, "I don't want to torture myself in such a hot day, and I don't want to turn on the air conditioner and wear such a thick robe." Mr. Besson also took off his hood and said, "This is the only way to let the all-knowing God Baki notice our sincerity." The woman said helplessly, "My dear Mr. Besson, haven't we tried almost all the methods we can think of? Are you going to hold an evil ceremony like a cult in a novel? Or do you want to sacrifice a newborn baby?" Mr. Besson frowned and didn't say anything. It seemed that he was thinking about something. When the people saw Mr. Besson's face, they couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculous. Mr. Besson looked like he was really interested in the idea. In fact, everyone gathered here had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes not long ago. They saw the mysterious man who claimed to be the apostle of God Baki save Mr. Besson's life. They even saw the apostle fly away. They even thought of the voice that appeared during the hostage situation at the theater that day. They believed that the mysterious voice and the mysterious man who saved Besson were miracles performed by the great god of omniscience, Baki. Because of the miracle of life and the extraordinary power that broke through the void, a strange thought suddenly appeared in the heads of a group of rich people who were bored out of their minds. The omniscient and omnipotent Baki god did not appear in any contemporary belief system. It might be a newly born god, or it might have existed since ancient times, but it was not recorded in history. No matter what, there was no trace of this omniscient and omnipotent God in the world. Could they develop a group to support the great all-knowing God and become the first batch of believers of the all-knowing God? It was the miracle of life. These very rich fellows seemed to have beheld a radiance far more dazzling than the light of money. Hence, at the instigation of M. Besson, who was almost in a frenzy, this meeting took place. Besson, maybe God Baki, is just passing by and doesn't care about the beliefs of the people. Besson's old friend patted him on the shoulder, but a strange belief had been ignited in Mr. Besson's heart. He said excitedly, "No, it must be because I'm not pious enough. When I was shot and my life was in danger, I felt the insignificance of life. I have a lot of unfinished business, and I'm very eager to do it. It was the omniscient and omnipotent God Baki who gave me the light and allowed me to return to this world again. It must be because I'm not pious enough. Mr. Bezin's fanatical look made his old friend frown. Most of the people here came here half-heartedly. On the one hand, they did witness a miracle, so they had a huge impact on the concept of the world. But on the other hand, they also wanted to see what would happen next. What if it was a mistake? What if it was true? What was the difference between a person and a salted fish? At this time, Mr. Besson suddenly raised the three-pronged candlestick in his hand and completely transformed into a middle-aged Chinibu. He let out a strange, hysterical roar. Ah! Ah! Everyone shook their heads, including Mr. Besson's young wife. She couldn't help frowning. She felt that the messenger of God Baki had deceived her. Didn't Mr. Besson make a will? But all of a sudden, a strong gust of wind blew through the originally calm hall, extinguishing the flames of all the candles and plunging everything into darkness. At the moment when the strange thing happened, everyone couldn't even react. But after a few seconds, the extinguished candles automatically lit up again. What happened? A frightened voice sounded. At this moment, Mr. Baisong suddenly exclaimed in surprise and excitement. His whole body was trembling as he raised his head and knelt on the ground as if he was possessed by a demon. "Are you calling for me?" Above Mr. Besson's head, the messenger of God was suspended in the air. Everyone saw the messenger of God wearing a carnival mask that day. It really appeared. Oh my God! Did he lose his wire? Mr. Besson suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Ignorant sinner! Hurry up and apologize in front of the messenger of God. Do you want to be punished by the all-knowing and all-powerful God?" Perhaps it was because of Mr. Baisong's solemn expression that scared the crowd, or perhaps it was because this oracle had already performed miracles that were beyond scientific explanation, or perhaps it was because they were wearing a black robe and participating in this secret ceremony, so they were subconsciously afraid. Under the gaze of the floating oracle, they knelt down timidly. At this time, the messenger of God suddenly looked at Mr. Besson. Buggy was indeed looking at Mr. Besson at this moment. Some conversations from more than 10 minutes ago still appeared clearly in Bucky's mind. The conversation between him and Miss Maid. What? Ceremony? It's just a fantasy of a group of rich people. They have great material wealth, but they are very poor in spirit. You're lucky to encounter Mr. Besson's dying. People tend to be in awe of mystery at the moment of death. Then what should I do? You don't even have to do anything. Just keep your image. Leave the rest to Mr. Besson, because he has already recognized the existence of the so-called all-knowing and all-powerful God. He will automatically fill in a lot of things for you. Even if you casually say a word, he may interpret it for a long time and regard it as an oracle. As long as you use Mr. Besson well, you can quickly grow your church. So it seems to be true. When Buggy looked at Mr. Besson again, he was very happy. Mr. Besson was rich, very rich, and he was a Chinibu. His friends were all rich, and it was said that Chinibu was contagious. The key was that these people were very rich, and the people they contacted were all very rich. The people who joined the church in the future would be very rich. Rich, rich, rich. Why should I be a gangster? This way, I can earn money quickly. MMP, I've made a comeback. Mr. Besson, I have felt your piety. With Miss Maid supporting him with the power of levitation. Even if Buggy's spiritual power had just started and the blessing ring could only be used 3 or 4 times a day, he was not afraid at all. From today onwards, you are... Buggy dragged out his voice. Mr. Besson's throat moved, and he stared nervously at the messenger of God above his head. Finally, Buggy said slowly, "My servant." Servant? Mr. Besson was stunned. Buggy said calmly, "In the holy kingdom of my God, everyone is a servant of my God. I am the incarnation of God in the human world. As my servant, you are also a servant of God. As long as you are pious, you will be able to promote the kingdom of God in the future." With that, the emerald miter was activated, and a scene of bliss suddenly appeared on the ceiling. Miss Maid said that this thing could eventually form such a space, but he needed to collect enough power of faith as support. In addition, according to the agreement signed with the club, Buggy only had the right to use this thing for 10 years. Once the 10 years were up, he needed to use it. Kingdom of God! Exclamations were heard, and Buggy waved his hands. He could not support such a scene of the kingdom of God for long. At this moment, if it were not for the support of Miss Maid's levitation, he would have been tired to the ground. You, as Bessen's servants, as long as you are pious enough, you can also become God's servants in the future. Buggy slowly landed and said calmly, "Bessen, come and kiss my feet." Mr. Bessen lowered his head and kissed Buggy's shoes without saying a word. Buggy placed his hand on Mr. Bessen's forehead. His palm glowed faintly. Mr. Bessen seemed to be enjoying it. When he stood up, his face was ruddy and full of energy. It was as if he had suddenly become a few years younger. Oracle. Everyone hesitated. Buggy said calmly, "Bessen, prepare a place for me to rest. Tomorrow, I will choose 3 of your servants to bless and let them feel the grace of God." Bessen was overjoyed and quickly arranged a place for them to stay. After that, Mr. Bessen, who had been promoted to Oracle's servant, looked at everyone present. "Everyone, I feel better than ever. My body seems to have endless power." With that said, Mr. Bessen suddenly held a tea table in the hall with both hands. The tea table was carved with marble, and it was very luxurious and heavy. Mr. Bessen lifted it easily and then threw it away. Boom! The heavy sound of the collision shook the entire villa. "So, everyone, why don't you hurry up and kiss my feet and become my servants?" The sound was continuous and very neat. When Caroline woke up, there was a movie projector in front of her. The film flashed in front of Caroline's eyes under the high-speed rotation. She looked around doubtfully and found herself in a narrow room. She wasn't the only one. In front of her, she could see a back figure. It should be a man. Recalling the scene before she fell into a coma, Caroline became nervous subconsciously. The mysterious guy who took her away was looking at the movie on the screen in front of him. He seemed to be in a daze. Caroline subconsciously moved her body. She was not tied up by this mysterious man, but just placed on the ground casually. Because of the movement, Caroline accidentally touched the cabinet next to her. The mysterious man should have noticed it, and he tilted his head slightly. Under the strong light of the projector, Caroline couldn't see the man's appearance, but she heard the other party's hoarse voice, "You're awake!" "You. Who are you?" Caroline looked around and asked nervously, "Where is this place? Why did you take me here?" The man continued to look at the movie in front of him and said slowly, "This was originally an auditorium, and then it became a venue for a film and drama club. As for who I am the person who originally sat in dormitory 403. Dormitory 403. Caroline frowned. She felt that this number was unusually familiar. Suddenly, Caroline remembered where dormitory 403 was. That was the place where she had been living for the past 2 days. You are Arnold's classmate?" Caroline was surprised. Ever since she moved into that dormitory 2 days ago, she had never seen that classmate of Arnold's at all. But why did this person also appear quietly at night? How much do you know about Arnold? The mysterious man tilted his head slightly again and asked. Caroline stood up, then reached out and quietly picked up the plate with a roll of movie film on the table. She looked at the place warily. "If it weren't for me, you would have been discovered by Boston's people, because you don't know that they still have people outside to help you. If you just leave like this, I'm afraid you're in danger now. Even so, do you still want to attack me?" Caroline took 2 steps back. But why did you help me?" "Why?" The man slowly stood up and turned to face Caroline. At this time, Caroline saw the man's appearance clearly. or rather, she was so frightened by this appearance that the film plate in her hand fell to the ground. His head was wrapped in many bandages, and some of his exposed skin was dry and wrinkled as if he had experienced a very serious burn. His voice was even more hoarse and deep, like the roar of the devil, which made Caroline's scalp tingle. "Because you and I have a common enemy." The man pointed to his face. "The reason why I became like this is because of those two brothers." Chapter 840. After the big cousin left the teaching building, a man who was hiding under a tree and smoking quickly came up. The big cousin said casually, "I've delivered the goods. Let's go back. Don't let the boss wait for too long." Not long after, an ordinary yellow TAC car outside the campus drove out of the university. It didn't take long for the car to drive into a bustling downtown. It stopped in front of an old building. The big cousin was very careful. After he observed the surroundings, he went upstairs with his companion and came to a middle-level house. The one who opened the door was a guy with a full beard. The big cousin threw something to the bearded man. "Antibiotics. I bought it on the way. Give it to Will." The bearded man nodded and looked back. At this time, a man was lying weakly on a shabby sofa. His shoulder was wrapped in a large number of bandages, and the bandages were stained with blood. If the police were here, they would find that this injured man was the criminal who opened fire on the day of the memorial service at the theater and caused chaos and escaped in the end. "Where's the boss?" the big cousin asked again. The bearded man said casually, "The boss and Brother Boston are in the room. You can go in." The big cousin nodded and then quickly walked into the room the bearded man pointed to. When he opened the door, Boston was counting stacks of bills. Seeing the big cousin come in, Boston called for him and took out a roll of bills, USD, and threw it directly to him. "Thank you for your hard work. The boss rewards you." The big cousin smiled and readily took the roll of bills. Then he said to the young man who was reading in front of Boston, "Thank you, Boss Arnold." Arnold, the boss. He lowered his head and held a ballpoint pen in his hand. He was writing formulas on a book, and there was even a thick stack of reference books next to him. "You helped me, so you should get paid." Arnold pushed up the glasses on his face and said indifferently, "And you will get more and more." At this time, Boston shrugged and said, "Boss, I don't understand. Aren't we doing well now? Money comes fast, and we can sleep with any girl we want. Why do you still need to go to school? Poston, get out of here after you've finished counting the money." Arnold still did not raise his head. "Get someone to keep an eye on that lawyer, Carlo. Caroline gave us so much money. There's no reason for us not to take it. I like this job." Boston laughed as he picked up a stack of cash and kissed it. "Also, continue to look for Caroline. Don't let her run away," Arnold instructed. Boston casually took a stack of cash and stuffed it into his pocket before pushing the door open and walking out. Big Cousin was about to leave as well, but Anua stopped him. "Did anything happen when you delivered the goods?" Arnold asked. The eldest cousin said, "No, it went quite smoothly. It was just that Haley was a little uncooperative. He said he didn't want to continue." "I don't raise trash," Arnold said indifferently. "If he doesn't want to do it, let him go to jail." The eldest cousin said, "I told him the same thing, but he didn't say anything in the end. By the way, boss, are we going to keep helping that mysterious woman sell these bath salts?" Anua raised his head. "Why not? Since this woman has the ability to integrate so many small gangs in the nearby streets, it's obvious that the power behind her is frighteningly large. And it's not a long-term solution for us to keep doing this on a small scale. If we want to grow, we need more funds. Helping her distribute the goods is a good source of funds." The eldest cousin nodded and said, "It's better for smart people to think about these things. Anyway, I just know that ever since I followed you, I've never been poor." Arnold waved his hand. "Also, outside of the market at the university, tell others to pay attention to not do business with other big shots. But if that's the case, we won't be able to sell a lot of the goods we have on hand," Arnold said, Then we'll stock up first. Now, every big shot has a lot of goods on hand, and the customers of those big shots are basically fixed. If they want to snatch the goods, they're fighting a price war. These people consume energy, but I can't afford to waste it. Besides, we didn't get much goods in the first place, and it was Boston who paid us in advance. Naturally, we have to sell the goods at the best price. I see. The eldest cousin nodded. After he went out, Arnold took off his glasses and rubbed his eyebrows, looking a little tired. But he deeply understood one thing, and that was if you were born without a superior environment, you could only catch up with others through several times more hard work. Arnold only rested for a while before he perked up again. He suddenly opened a drawer and took out a bank card from it. This kind of bank card had a password written on it. He had already checked the number on this card on the ATM machine. Where did you get it from? It's just an ordinary prostitute. Arnold frowned. There must be some secret. Was the show last time in vain? Arnold couldn't help but ponder. Arnold is the real boss? Caroline looked at the disfigured man in front of her in disbelief. Listening to his words that were obviously filled with deep hatred, she said in astonishment, "But Arnold, isn't he a top student?" Being a student is just a cover for his identity. The man sat down. But the real one is that he's the one who instigated the people behind, including Boston. Impossible. That day I saw Arnold being hung up by Boston with my own eyes. He was even beaten up. The man said indifferently, "Did you see it with your own eyes? Or, did you see Arnold being beaten up by Boston's people with your own eyes? But the injuries on his body at that time, let me ask you, did you see it with your own eyes? How long was he beaten, and where was he beaten?" The man sneered. "Miss, don't you know there's such a thing as makeup in this world? But why did he put on this show?" Caroline frowned. The man shook his head. "This is also what I'm puzzled about. Arnold probably used this method to deceive you because he wants to get something from you. I know his character too well. He thinks he's smarter than everyone and can play everyone in the palm of his hand. Humph. It's always been that way. You don't know yet, do you? These two brothers grew up in the slums. The elder brother is Haley, who has been a fool all his life. The younger brother, Arnold, seems to have taken away his brother's IQ from birth. Over the years, no matter how many bad things Arnold has done, he did it with Haley's identity." The man sneered even more. "In school, he's a student with good character and academic performance. Outside of school, he's Haley, who has accomplished nothing and caused trouble everywhere. Since childhood, Arnold has been forcing Haley to play this game of exchanging identities with him. That's impossible. How could it be?" Caroline felt quite confused. She leaned against the wall. Now in school, is it Haley or Arnold?" "Now, of course, it's Haley." The man said coldly, "Arnold has never let himself do dangerous things. Except for the exams that must be taken in person and some necessary occasions, Arnold is afraid that Haley will be exposed. The rest of the time, Haley has always been pretending to be the student, Arnold." Caroline was silent for a long time. Suddenly she felt funny, since she had been in the identity game of Arnold and his brother. How do you know so clearly?" After laughing at herself, Caroline was more curious about the origin of this disfigured guy. He said that he was living in dorm 403 because of the two brothers. It was obvious that he had a strong hatred for them. Did he want revenge? The man sneered. "Of course I know. Since I survived the accident and recovered from my injury, I have been quietly following these two brothers." Following? Caroline was startled. She suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, You know how Livia died? Who is the murderer?" The man said indifferently, "Of course it's Haley. Let me tell you, Haley has a very low self-esteem because he has always lived in Arnold's shadow. His character has a violent side hidden in it. Of course, he usually won't break out easily. Because he had spent a long time in conflict, he had developed a special sexual fetish. He likes to torture and kill prostitutes and Livia is not the first one. It's just that Arnold almost always took care of it in the past. He sat down again. I don't know why Haley suddenly attacked that night, because I didn't go up, but I think he might have been stimulated by something. After that, Haley made a phone call in a panic. Not long after, Arnold appeared. At this time, they changed their identities again. Arnold should have come to deal with the scene. In the morning, Haley left the school as per Arnold's instructions and returned to the rented place. At this time, they changed their identities again. Arnold wore his own clothes and pretended that he had just returned from school. Caroline said incredulously at that time, Haley was still there? The man nodded. He was there, but he hid. He didn't leave until he saw you climb the drainage pipe and leave. Caroline suddenly rushed forward and stared at the man angrily. She said angrily, since you know all this, why don't you stand up and testify against Haley and Arnold? Didn't you say that your current appearance was caused by the two brothers? The man said indifferently, First of all, I have no reason to help you. Then, it's just to prove that Haley is the murderer. That's not what I want. The man's eyes under the bandage were bloodshot. They were the eyes of an avenger. Suddenly, Caroline had a thought. This man wanted to take revenge on Arnold and Arnold in his own way. This gaze made Caroline feel unusually cold. Her heart skipped a beat as she recalled the scene she saw. She didn't know whether it was Arnold or Haley, but in the woods, a mysterious man stabbed him in the chest with a knife. Could it be that the person was this terrifying guy in front of her? Caroline, I need your help. The man suddenly turned off the projector in the screening room. The film slowly stopped, making Caroline feel as if time had suddenly stopped. When I finish what I want to do, I can prove your innocence. I've checked on you. Like Livia, although it's not a glorious profession, at least you can walk on the road openly. The man sneered. Not like now, hiding here and there, with the label of a suspect on your head. There are even people from Boston looking for you. Listen. Everything that happened to you was caused by these two brothers. I don't know what reason you have to refuse me. Seeing that Caroline didn't respond for a long time, the man frowned. Why? It seems that you don't care if you're harmed, right? Unexpectedly, Caroline suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's arm at this time. She seemed to be very forceful. Caroline stared at the man. What do you want to do? The man looked at Caroline's action in puzzlement. What's your name? Caroline suddenly said, Since we're going to cooperate next, you have to let me know how to call you. The man glanced at Caroline suspiciously, then slapped Caroline's hand away and said casually, The old me is dead. You can call me 403. Then what should I do now? Caroline asked. 403 said, Do nothing. Go back to dorm 403 first. Caroline frowned. I've already come out. If I go back now, Arnold. No, Haley won't suspect me. 403 said, Don't worry about this. He hasn't gone back yet. Now Haley is venting his unhappiness. He called a prostitute. She should be in a nearby hotel now. You can still catch up if you go back now. With that said, 403 gave Caroline something. This is, stun bat and be careful. After 403 finished speaking, he put on a leather mask on his face. I'll contact you. And you, if you find anything, write it on a note and throw it into the garbage bag. By the way, this is the key to dorm 403. Next time when you go out and come back, remember to pay attention to whether there's anything left under the door crack. Caroline cautiously opened the door of room 403. She was slightly relieved to find that Haley wasn't there, just as room 403 had said. She wandered alone in the dormitory, thinking about what happened tonight. If the number 403 appeared when one of the Arnold brothers was killed, did it mean that she was one of the factors that caused this scene to happen? And I saw the scene of my death again. Does it mean that if I help 403, that will be my end? Caroline nervously bit her fingernails, fidgeting and looking unusually frightened. She suddenly felt that being able to see the future was not something to be happy about. especially when you saw that you were going to die. No, it can be changed. Caroline suddenly opened her eyes. She remembered the scene where she pulled the woman pushing the stroller. Because of her action, the woman and the baby did not die in the car accident. Chapter 841. It seems that as long as we find a goal, we will become positive. Caroline had this feeling. She began to observe room 403, but it was her first time exploring the room carefully. She came to the wardrobe, opened it, and looked at the clothes inside. This should be the wardrobe of room 403. Usually, you can get a slight understanding of a person's personality from their dressing style. Caroline was a little confident in her ability in this regard. This was not knowledge, but experience gained from actual combat. As for what actual combat is, you can guess it yourself. Room 403 should have been a very cheerful and sunny guy. Caroline looked at the clothes here one by one. Suddenly, a photo slid down from one of the clothes. This was a group photo of a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. This was a photo of them hugging. Under the setting sun, it had a little commemorative value. This man is obviously not Arnold and Haley because he has another appearance. This person is room 403? Is this his original appearance? Caroline couldn't help but think of room 403's white bandage wrapped around his face, revealing only 2 bloody streaks and a little scalp and hair. She sat in front of the desk. Unlike Arnold's desk, this desk looked a little messy. Because it hadn't been moved for a long time, the books on the shelf had been covered with light dust. Caroline took out a book and turned to the first page. There was a name written on it. She wrote her name on the book and marked it as a personal item, so this was the name of room 403. Caroline put the photo next to the name on the page. She looked at the man's bright smile in the photo and softly read the name written on the page, Lucas. Lucas. Caroline leaned back in her chair, holding the taser given to her by room 403 in one hand to make herself feel safer. She began to think about her next move. Revenge was a very tempting suggestion. When Arnold returned to the dormitory, it was already past 6:00 in the morning. Arnold looked a little tired, opened the door. The moment he turned on the light, he saw Caroline sitting on the bed with her arms around her knees, looking like she hadn't slept all night. Seeing that Arnold had returned, Caroline hurriedly got out of bed, walked up to him, and grabbed his arm worriedly. She said anxiously, "Where did you go? I thought you had an accident and was considering whether to go out and look for you." I went to the self-study room." Arnold felt the strength of Caroline's grip on his arm and asked in surprise, "You've been waiting for me all night?" Caroline nodded silently. "I didn't dare to go out, but you didn't come back. I was even afraid that Boston's people had come looking for you. That's why I don't even dare to turn on the lights. A pitiful woman could easily move a man's heart." Arnold patted the back of Caroline's hand and said with a smile, "I'm indeed in a bad mood. Because of the recent exams, I plan to revise. Then, I don't know if I would lose track of time. I won't do it again." Caroline nodded and said casually, "No wonder your grades are so good. You really are a bookworm." Arnold smiled embarrassedly. Caroline poured a glass of warm water for Arnold, then yawned and said, "I'm relieved that you're back. By the way, there's food in the microwave. If you're hungry, take it out and eat. I made it casually, but the taste may not be good." Arnold was startled and subconsciously looked at the microwave, wanting to say something. At this time, Caroline had already climbed onto the bed and lay down lazily. She was defenseless and said in a daze, "I can't do it. I'm so sleepy. You do your own thing." Arnold stared blankly at Caroline's back. He stood there with the glass of water in his hand. After a long time, Arnold quietly turned on the microwave. There was a bowl of pasta inside. Because it had been left there for a long time, the pasta had long since turned to mush. He sat down with the bowl and ate quietly, silently, bit by bit, slowly. In the morning, Mr. Orphy walked downstairs with a heavy head. He didn't have a good night's sleep. Barbara seemed to have been busy in the kitchen early in the morning. When she saw Mr. Orphy come down, she quickly wiped her hands with her apron and walked up with a worried look on her face. "Sir, are you awake?" Mr. Orphy frowned. Looking at Barbara, he said, He hasn't come out yet?" Barbara nodded. "He hasn't stopped since you said to lock Mr. Franch up last night. I was so sleepy that I fell asleep at night. When I woke up in the morning, Mr. Franch was still inside, working alone." Mr. Orphy felt something was wrong. He suddenly rushed out and soon came to the workshop behind the yard. Through the window he saw Dr. Franch walking around with a football in his hand. On the walls, on the floor, everywhere, there seemed to be more formulas written in chalk than last night. Dr. Franch muttered to the football, but Mr. Orphy couldn't hear what he was saying. He hurriedly unlocked the door and walked in. Dr. Franch didn't seem to notice at all. He muttered some formulas and experimental data that Mr. Orphy couldn't understand. "Enough." Mr. Orphy suddenly felt a little sad. "Enough, it's enough. I'll let someone arrange for you to go back to the Research Institute, okay?" Dr. Franch didn't seem to hear it, but he seemed to suddenly think of something. He suddenly threw away the football in his hand, then picked up a piece of chalk and bent over the table to write something. "Are you really crazy?" Mr. Orphy muttered to himself. But in the next moment, Mr. Orphy suddenly showed a frightened expression. Dr. Franch suddenly picked up the cup next to him, took a sip of something, and then put it down again. It was just like the action of a person who is obsessed with work casually taking a sip of water. But the thing in the cup was Mr. Orphy rushed forward in shock, because he found a container under the table, a container of detergent. "Spit it out! Father, spit it out!" Mr. Orphy was shocked and hurriedly shook Dr. Franch's body. At this time he saw that Dr. Franch's face was abnormally pale and his lips were dim. "Don't be noisy." Dr. Franch glared at Mr. Orphy, but before he could finish a sentence, he spat out a lot of white foam and then fell to the ground, his body twitching. Mr. Orphy picked up Dr. Franch and rushed out of the workshop. At this time, Barbara came out with a plate of breakfast. Seeing this situation, she was so scared that she dropped the food on the ground. "Sir?" "What happened?" "He drank the detergent as water. He should have drunk a lot." Mr. Orphy hurriedly said, "Go and get my car keys." Barbara hurriedly ran upstairs. Mr. Orphy's car rushed out of the house at a very fast speed. Mr. Orphy's hands trembled as he held the steering wheel. His lips trembled slightly. While looking ahead, he frequently looked back at the unconscious Dr. Franch in the passenger seat, breathing heavily. Mr. Orphy suddenly remembered something and dialed the phone in the car. He made a call back to his workplace. "Officer, good morning. I'll give you 5 minutes to get the traffic police to block the road from my house to the hospital. I want a smooth road." "This is an order." After Mr. Orphy finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He anxiously looked ahead. "You must be okay. Don't be okay." The security department had a lot of power, so much so that the streets of Rio were suddenly congested in the morning. The traffic lights on several main streets suddenly turned red, but a black private car sped all the way, crazily running through one red light intersection after another. "Doctor! Doctor! Someone!" Almost roaring, Mr. Orphy carried Dr. Franch's body and rushed through the hospital door. In front of the hospital hall, Mr. Orphy, who was wearing pajamas and slippers, hugged his father with a pale face and felt the world spinning. "Doctor!" The paramedics rushed out with a mobile bed and hurriedly carried Dr. Franch up. Mr. Orphy followed them all the way to the emergency room. He watched as the lights in the emergency room lit up. Then he slid down the wall and sat down in exhaustion, feeling dejected. Not long after, Barbara hurried to the hospital and quickly found Mr. Orphy sitting on the ground outside the emergency room. She helped Mr. Orphy up, "Sir. It's okay, it'll be okay." Mr. Orphy silently glanced at Barbara. He looked at the corridor light, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "At that time it was also like this. Sir, Mr. Orphy smiled bitterly, Maggie, my wife. She was inside, but I couldn't do anything. And today, Barbara, do you think I did something wrong? Barbara didn't know how to comfort him at this time. She could only silently pat Mr. Orphy's shoulder and then said, Sir, I brought you clothes. Why don't you change first? I saw a lot of reporters outside. As an important public figure in this country, Mr. Orphy was naturally easy to recognize. In the past, Mr. Orphy would naturally avoid such things, but this time he didn't have such thoughts. He shook his head and said, There are security guards outside. They won't let them in so easily. Barbara, don't tell Louis about this for now. Let's see how it goes. Barbara nodded. After a long time, the emergency room light dimmed. The doctor took off his mask and walked out. Mr. Orphy hurriedly went up to ask, It's okay. The doctor smiled and said, Fortunately, he was sent here in time. We've pumped the patient's stomach. Next, we'll wait for him to wake up. But the patient is old, so pay more attention in the future and don't eat anything by mistake. Fortunately, it's just ordinary detergent this time. If he drank pesticides, it would be troublesome. Thank you, doctor, Mr. Orphy said gratefully. The doctor shook his head and then said respectfully, Mr. Orphy, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. However, you should change your clothes. Obviously, the doctor also recognized the head of the Ministry of Security, who was wearing pajamas and slippers. Mr. Orphy nodded and then took the phone from Barbara. Dr. Frankie was finally safe. Next, he naturally had to settle the large-scale road closures. This was a case of abuse of power, but Mr. Orphy couldn't care so much at this time. He could only minimize the impact as much as possible. Young master, please have some tea. Gan Hong held a cup of warm water with both hands. After putting it down, she stood aside respectfully. This reminded Luocio of the maidservants in the old era. In fact, Luocio was no stranger to having someone follow him wherever he went. Or rather, he had long been used to having someone following him wherever he went. Of course, there was not much comparison between the two. Local news. Traffic jam in Rio in the morning. That was a line of text that appeared at the bottom of the TV screen. The screen was mainly about the local news, of course, for the people present. They didn't care much about it. Okay, then I'll set off. After Song Haren finished the remaining half of the fried dough stick, he took a tissue to wipe his lips and stood up. Luocio withdrew his gaze from the TV and nodded to Song Haren. Have a safe trip. After watching Song Haren leave, Song Tianyu continued, Luocio, I'm going to the temple next. Do you want to come with me? My humble house is very big. It's not strange to have a temple. Seeing that Luocio seemed to be a little curious, Fifth Uncle explained, Master has the habit of chanting scriptures every day. Luocio shook his head and said, I don't think I'll go. Song Tianyu didn't force him. This was his personal behavior, so he nodded and said, Okay. If you feel bored, let Gan Hong take you around. She'll arrange everything. So, there was the scene of Gan Hong holding a cup of warm water and standing on the side. Luocio put down the history of the Ming dynasty in his hand and looked at Gan Hong curiously. Did I ask for it? Gan Hong quickly said, It'll be too late when you want to say it, so it's better for me to send it in advance. Luocio nodded and lowered his head to read the book again. Gan Hong suddenly asked, Master Chiu, aren't you curious? What's there to be curious about? Gan Hong gritted her teeth and said, When we were on the train, Luocio said casually, the Song family isn't simple, so I'm not curious. There's probably a reason for you to appear twice. Sit down, don't keep standing. There's no one here. No. Gan Hong quickly shook her head and said, I'm your woman now. It's very unruly. Luocio was surprised. It seems that the Song family still retains a lot of unnecessary traditional rules. Don't you hate it? Gan Hong slowly said, My life is given by the Song family. I'll do whatever the master wants me to do. Even if he gives you to me? Luocio looked up and asked. Gan Hong nodded seriously and said, But Master Chiu, you didn't refuse, right? Luocho shook his head and said, I just think that if I refuse directly, you'll be embarrassed in front of so many people. Next, I'll make it clear to Master Song and find a reason to cover up this matter. Gan Hong looked at Luocho in a daze. Luocho smiled and said, So many people are looking at you. It must be uncomfortable. Yen PS1. Thank you to the book friend, Master of the Universe. Chapter 842. Song Haoran quickly walked all the way to the Dragon Hall, where Oni and Luvia were already waiting for him. Seeing Song Haoran come out, Luvia immediately stood up and walked forward, saying, Military advisor, you asked us to investigate the matter of President Bai Shuetang. Song Haoran waved his hand and interrupted. I told you on the way. Go back to the village with me now. It's my father's order. Oni asked curiously, Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Song Haoran said, Gather the troops, kill, and set fire. Oni was completely restless. Hearing this, he immediately clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. I like this. Song Haoran said at this time, You drive Luvia. In the car, report to me about Bai Shuetang. Fifth uncle has already booked a good flight. We can return to the village at 3 in the afternoon. Luvia nodded and immediately went to drive out. When they went out, a red Viper sports car slowly drove through the gate. This was Song Ying's car. Song Haoran's car and Song Ying's car met and parked together. Song Ying, who rolled down the window, looked at Song Haoran curiously. Uncle, where are you going? Song Haoran smiled and said, Nothing. Just going back to the village to get something. Back to the village? Song Ying frowned. Her intuition told her that things were not so simple. However, she did not intend to ask too much. Even if she asked, she might not know the answer. The men of the Song family had always been very overbearing. Even if they doted on you, they would definitely not say anything when they did not want you to know something. Besides, strictly speaking, she and Song Haoran were separated. She was in charge of the business of the Song family on the surface of the Song dynasty group, so her methods were more or less gentle. Song Haoran was on the other side. I'll be back soon. Song Haoran seemed to have remembered something. She leaned against the car window and said to Song Ying, Next time you bring a man out late at night, be careful. Watch the time. I won't be around for the next few days, so fifth uncle might not be able to provide a perfect cover for you. Although Song Haoran used such a relaxed tone, Song Ying knew that this was his warning. The smiling Song Haoran didn't have the dignity of a parent at all in Song Ying's eyes. Instead, she felt a trace of fear, to the point that she subconsciously nodded and didn't refute anything. Oh, that's right, Song Haoran suddenly said craftily. Dad gave Gan Hong to Luocho. Do as you see fit. What do you mean by I'll do as I see fit? Song Ying was stunned. She complained to Song Haoran, You make it sound like there's really something between me and him. They had only met for less than 24 hours. What are you all thinking about? Song Haoran continued to tease. Is that so? From the very beginning, you kidnapped him in the middle of the night and didn't come back all night? Song Ying stared at Song Haoran. Originally, she only wanted to let Luocho see some blood to warn him. Why did Song Haoran's words have such a strange meaning? Song Haoran rolled up the car window, not giving Song Ying a chance to retaliate. Oh, that's right. I feel that our family's Luocho would like a well-behaved woman. What does that have to do with me? Song Haoran's car had already driven out. Song Ying hit the steering wheel heavily with one hand and hit the horn. The venomous snake let out a loud cry. Song Haoran heard the sound of the horn in the car that had just driven out of the entrance. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. He suddenly looked at Luvia and said with a smile, My assist was not bad, right? Luvia, as long as you are happy. However, she and Oni had already known the true identity of Luocho. At this time, seeing Song Haoran's actions, they couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the Song family will soon have a new heir? After being happy, Song Haoran's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at Luvia and said, let's talk about Bai Shuetang. Luvia nodded and gathered her scattered thoughts. Last night, Oni and I sneaked into Bai Shuetang's office and found something. At the same time, Luvia took out a USB flash drive, then found a laptop and plugged it in. She opened it in front of Song Haoren. It's the reconstruction project of Zhonghua Street. Luvia said slowly. It seems that Missing is back. Ganhong looked out of the window, thoughtfully, then looked at Luoqiu. This Master Qiu was very natural and comfortable, but Ganhong herself felt a little uneasy. In the end, she had only met this Master Qiu a total of 2 times, and her first impression of him might not have been very good. Until now, Ganhong still didn't know why she had fallen asleep in that situation. She hadn't eaten anything before. As people who had been trained in the village, they had a very strict set of methods when it came to eating. And this time, Old Man Song had indeed sent her out to be young Master Qiu's bodyguard to a large extent. It wasn't because she was a woman and had a very good appearance, but because she had the outstanding ability to squeeze out the majority of people. In the village's school, her grades were among the best in the first tier. In the last test, she was even given an outstanding evaluation. Of course, just like what Song Haoren told her, other than being a bodyguard, if she could do something else, she would be able to do something unexpected. But looking at young Master Qiu's intentions, he planned to discuss with Old Man Song about whether he would stay or leave later. Then, before that, she would try her best to make him feel that keeping her was a very worthwhile thing, no matter what kind of personality he had. Oh, how do you know? Hearing this, Luoqiu raised his head and looked at Ganhong curiously. Was it the sound of the horn, just now? Ganhong nodded and said, rather calmly, I once followed Missing and protected her for half a year, so I'm very familiar with the sound of her sports car. Luoqiu said, I didn't hear any difference. Of course, it wasn't difficult to have the ability to distinguish between different sounds, but who would be so bored as to go out of their way to get this ability? Ganhong smiled slightly. Naturally, Master Qiu doesn't need to do these things. Luoqiu took a sip of water non-committally and suddenly said, You can go and see Song Ying. There's no need to stay here all the time. If you're afraid of being asked, you can say it's my idea. Ganhong shook her head. My duty is to follow you and protect you. If there's nothing too special, I won't be too far away from you. Luoqiu asked in return, Is my humble home very unsafe? Ganhong was stunned and somewhat unprepared. My humble home has 3 independent defense systems. The manor has more than 30 guards, all of whom are well-armed special forces. Unless it's a heavy blow, no one can sneak in. Although that's the case, if I make an exception this time, there will be more exceptions in the future. It's very likely that I'll let my guard down because of this. As a bodyguard, it'll be fatal. Luoqiu asked curiously, You've been learning these all the time. Ganhong said indifferently, I can only learn these. In the village, if someone can't show his ability and value, he won't get the chance to be raised. We're all people without a past. It's the village that gives us a new life, but the village has a reward system. If we want to get more, we can only show more. Luoqiu nodded. I have a general understanding. Ganhong was stunned. Master Qiu, you don't know about the village? Can you tell me about it? Ganhong hesitated for a moment and nodded. Since her father had said that he would give her to Master Qiu, it was a kind of clear indication. Although the new master didn't seem to be aware of this. However, considering that this was just the beginning, perhaps he hadn't gotten used to it yet. That was why he used such a negotiating tone. Ganhong didn't dislike such a tone. After all, it was much better than ordering her around right from the start. The village is not far from here. Ganhong's voice softened. It's about 370 kilometers away. It's transformed from a valley. According to the old people in the village, the construction of this valley is still going on even now. Luoqiu put down the history of the Ming dynasty in his hand. He liked to listen to others' stories of the past, Gan Hong was a very good narrator at this time because her expression had unconsciously become less reserved. Gan Hong thought for a while and suddenly picked up a glass of water. She wet her fingers and then drew on the table. It's about this shape. It looks like a flower petal. However, it wasn't like this in the past. It was only after continuous construction and excavation that it finally became like this. Luocio smiled. It looks a bit like an iris flower. Gan Hong's finger moved to a part of the flower petal, saying briskly, "This is where we live. Although it's in the valley, far away from the city. But the facilities here are not bad at all. Most of us live in a two-person dormitory. Some outstanding members can be assigned a single room. This is the rest area. It is specially built for retired members to live in. They can bring their family members to this place." Gan Hong's face revealed a look of exultation, and she gradually became more relaxed. "This is the hospital, this is the canteen, this is the entertainment area, this is the school. The children in the village have the right to go to school. It's all free. As for the students, after completing the primary education, they will be divided according to their potential. For example, people like me will undergo strict warrior training. Those without fighting talent can learn a variety of knowledge and work in different departments of the Song Dynasty group. That's right, this is where we usually train." Gan Hong pointed to the other corner of the flower petal. "This is mainly the forest area. It is the main place to train our ability to fight in the wild. This is the shooting area. This is the group battle area. And this is the driving area. We need to learn how to drive various vehicles. Are you happy?" Luocio's words abruptly interrupted Gan Hong's narration. This made Gan Hong unable to react at once. She subconsciously said, "Those days at least let me find the purpose of living. What about now?" Luocio asked again. Gan Hong slowly said, "What I need to do now is to stay by your side and protect your safety." Luocio didn't intend to say anything. He just smiled casually. But at this time, another voice broke in, songing. It was not a good tone. "Oh, it seems that I came back in time. I seem to have heard something good." Song Ying walked in as if there was no one around. She didn't change her clothes. This was what she wore last night. "Miss Ying." Gan Hong quickly nodded to Song Ying at this time. Song Ying squinted her eyes and suddenly said, "Are you in a hurry to show your loyalty? Don't you want to see more clearly? Gan Hong, it seems that the more you live, the more backward you are." Gan Hong didn't refute, nor was she angry. Song Ying frowned, but said, "I have something to say to him alone. You go out for a while." Gan Hong shook her head this time and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, Miss Ying. I'm Master Chio's bodyguard now. I can't let Master Chio out of my sight." Song Ying sneered. "Do you want to watch him take a bath and go to the toilet?" Gan Hong said expressionlessly, "If you want. I want you to go out first." Song Ying took a deep breath. Gan Hong was unmoved. "I've finished the water. Can you get some for me?" At this time, Luo Chio suddenly opened his mouth, picked up his cup, and shook it in front of Gan Hong. Gan Hong hesitated for a while, then took the cup, nodded, and walked out quickly without saying anything. Song Ying watched Gan Hong leave. At this time, Luocio said casually, "Is there anything you want to say to me?" Song Ying walked to Luocio and said coldly, "I don't know why grandfather gave Gan Hong to you, but you'd better not have any ideas about her, and don't have any thoughts of playing with her. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Chi." Before Luocio could finish his words, Song Ying snorted coldly, as though she had specially come to give him a warning. Then she turned and left. Luocio had to swallow the rest of his words. Luocio shook his head. Not long after, Gan Hong came with a cup of warm water. Seeing that Song Ying had left, Gan Hong didn't say anything. Luocio said, "You and Song Ying are quite good." Gan Hong said indifferently, "When I was protecting Miss Ying was quite good to me." Other than that, Luocio smiled. Gan Hong opened her mouth, only to see Luocio suddenly pointing at his wrist. Gan Hong looked at her wrist subconsciously. Song Ying seems to have something similar on her wrist. Luoqiu said softly. It was a silver bracelet. Gan Hong shook her head and took off the bracelet on her wrist. She put it on the table and said indifferently, "It's all in the past." Luoqiu picked up the bracelet and looked at it. Then he looked at Gan Hong and said, "Since you don't want it anymore, why don't you give it to me?" Gan Hong hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Chapter 843. At lunchtime, Song Tianyu sent Uncle Wu over and asked Luoqiu to go to the living room. Not long after, Song Ying also came over. She had changed her clothes, and her hair was still wet. She had probably just taken a bath. "Grandfather." Song Ying greeted him affectionately and then sat down. She ignored Luoqiu, who was sitting at the same table as her, and treated him like heir. According to the rules of the Song family, when the master was eating, the servants could only wait on the side. Even an elder like Uncle Wu could only stand quietly behind Song Tianyu. In fact, they would finish eating earlier or be arranged to eat somewhere else. For example, Gan Hong was in the side hall next door with everyone else. Of course, most of them were the security guards of the house. The atmosphere over there was naturally different from here. But the atmosphere here didn't seem to be very good either. Father Song was a shrewd old man. How could he not see that Song Ying was ignoring Luoqiu? But he didn't intend to expose her. Father Song had been bitterly searching for the whereabouts of his elder brother for decades, so he was very patient. He just smiled and said, "Since everyone is here, let's eat." It wasn't until Song Tianyu spoke that Song Ying picked up the bowl and chopsticks. She picked up a dish and put it in Song Tianyu's bowl. Then it was her turn. But when Song Ying saw that Luoqiu didn't move, she glanced at Luoqiu. It was a very special look with a hint of blame. Luoqiu picked up a dish from Song Tianyu's bowl. In his memory, he had picked up food for others many years ago. At that time, his father was still alive. Luoqiu didn't grow up in the Song family, so there aren't so many rules. Song Tianyu smiled slightly. "Just follow your own rules." Luoqiu nodded and took a bite of the pine, nut mandarin fish in front of him. He felt that the taste was quite good, so he asked curiously, "The chef here is called Uncle Wu, right?" Song Tianyu nodded. "He is Uncle Wu's elder brother." "How is it? Is it to your taste?" "The acidity is just right." Luoqiu nodded. Song Tianyu smiled. Fourth brother's ancestor was once an imperial chef. He even hosted a banquet for Emperor Qianlong, so he does have some family skills. Song Tianyu also picked up a mouthful of pine, nut mandarin fish, and ate it. He tasted it and said, "Not bad." He put down his chopsticks and looked at Luoqiu. Fourth brother has a lot of secret recipes handed down in his family. You will be able to eat them in the future. It's good to have the opportunity to learn. Luoqiu nodded cheerfully. While they were chatting happily, Song Ying felt as if she had been forgotten. She seemed to be a little unhappy. She did not understand why this guy could open up the atmosphere with just a few casual words. It was clearly just a simple greeting, wasn't it? At this time, Song Ying picked up another dish for Song Tianyu and said, "Grandfather, guess who I found?" Song Tianyu asked curiously, "Who did you find?" Song Ying said seriously, "The god of gamblers, Tu Shini." Song Tianyu raised his eyebrows and put down the chopsticks he had just picked up. He said in surprise, "You really found him?" Song Ying nodded and said, "And what I didn't expect was that Tu Shini is here. I heard that he has been living here for many years. He has been living in seclusion in a manor, planting grapes and making wine." Song Tianyu pondered and said, "Tu Shini disappeared 10 years ago. Many gamblers in the world are looking for him. I didn't expect that he was right under our noses. They really don't know Lu Shan. Xiaoying, have you been in contact with Tu Shini?" Song Ying shook her head and said, "No direct contact. I am afraid that a sudden visit will make him unhappy. In addition, our people also found some guys who want to target Tu Shini, but we don't know their origin." Song Tianyu pondered for a while, After the new year, the biennial gambling competition will start again. The time has been set. It will be 3 months later, but the location hasn't been decided yet. Song Ying said in a deep voice, "Last year, our people lost to the Zhong family's Four Seasons casino by a margin of 30 million. Grandpa, this time, I don't want to lose." "Zhong family. Old Zhong." Song Tianyu muttered, "Last year, I heard that this old guy was about to die, but he suddenly became energetic again. I thought that there would be internal strife in the Zhong family, but I didn't expect it to be so stable. This old guy is quite lucky. Although his son is not good, his grandchildren are also dragons and phoenixes among men." Song Tianyu said, and suddenly glanced at Luoqiu, but saw that Luoqiu was eating calmly. He suddenly asked, "Luoqiu, are you interested in seeing the legend of the underworld? The god of gamblers?" Luoqiu put down his chopsticks. Song Tianyu smiled and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Why don't you and Xiaoing go together and invite this god of gamblers? Our group attaches great importance to next year's competition, and we have a reason to win. If I can get Tu Shini to come out of seclusion, it will be a great help to me." Before Luoqiu could speak, Song Ying frowned and said, "I object." Song Tianyu asked curiously, "Why?" Song Ying said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, although he is not an outsider, he just came to the Song family and doesn't know anything. I am afraid that he can't help and will only cause trouble." Song Ying caught the meaning of Song Tianyu's words. Grandpa wanted to let Luoqiu enter the Song family and take advantage of this opportunity to give the credit. Song Tianyu said, "Just treat it as training, and I believe that with you there won't be any trouble. This matter is settled. Luoqiu will stay here for a while. We can't let him do nothing." Song Ying wanted to refute, but Song Tianyu waved his hand and said, "Let's eat, the dishes are getting cold." Song Ying had no choice but to muster up her courage, glaring at Luoqiu. Luoqiu blinked. "I haven't agreed yet." Some people were enjoying exquisite delicacies, while others were hurriedly eating boxed lunches on the way. There were even some people who missed lunch due to their busy work. There were also some who were eating special food. How special was it? For example, human organs. The one eating was a strange species because it had 3 ferocious heads. The 2 heads were eating the fresh heart, and the 3rd head was tearing at the bright red liver it was holding with its claws. Charlotte, in a black dress, walked past this strange dog. The 3-headed monster growled at Charlotte, but it lowered its head after meeting Charlotte's eyes. It was a cold and dissatisfied look. The 3-headed monster didn't want to be taught to be a dog, so it chose to drag the female corpse to a corner and continued to bite. Charlotte snorted and sat down. A few bats flying in the air worked together to deliver a scarlet drink. Charlotte looked at the shadows around. These were Lucifer's employees. But now Lucifer was missing, and the original bar was destroyed after Lucifer's power exploded. Although a new bar had been found to replace it, it hadn't opened yet. She used the excuse that Lucifer was beating a native god as an excuse, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Charlotte planned to use her crystal ball to divine. But at this time, a big man wearing a wrestling mask walked to Charlotte. "Miss Charlotte, health is missing." Charlotte stopped touching the crystal ball and asked in confusion, "Missing? What happened? Didn't I ask it to look for traces of Bucky?" The big man said, "It's like this. Half came back the day before yesterday, but you were resting at that time, so I didn't dare to disturb you. At that time, it said that it had smelled Bucky and was going to track him, but it has been 2 days and it hasn't come back." Charlotte frowned and held the crystal ball in her hand, saying slowly, "Link, the secret treasure of pride." This was a door that the big man couldn't see clearly. The so-called secret treasure of pride was actually a place where Lucifer stored many of her servants' soul stones and some secret treasures. Every employee had a soul stone in it. Charlotte frowned and said, "Half's soul stone is broken. It's dead." "What?" The burly man in the headgear was shocked. Half is a 3-star demon who can kill it so easily. Could it be that this is the helper of the native god that Her Majesty is dealing with? Go and look for it first. Even if it's dead, it must have left some traces. Charlotte said calmly, in any case, let's find where Half was last seen. Take Chi-Chi there. Chi-Chi was the name of the 3-headed monster dog that was squatting in the corner and biting the female corpse. Just as Charlotte felt that there was one more troublesome thing, another uninvited guest appeared outside the door of the new bar. Astonishingly, it was Mozart Wolfgang, who wore 10 rings that glowed with the light of jewels and had a head of flowing golden curly hair. "Oh, beautiful Miss Charlotte, it's nice to see you again." Charlotte looked helplessly at this guy who seemed to be saying, "I'm rich," and said impatiently, "I'm busy now. I don't have time to greet you." Wolfgang showed his white teeth and smiled. "It's okay. I'm just here to play for His Highness Lucifer. Today is already Tuesday, Miss Charlotte. Furthermore, thanks to Her Highness Lucifer's display of her great power last week, I was inspired by the storm. I've composed a new song of doomsday. I really want Her Highness to listen to it." I almost forgot about this. Charlotte rubbed her forehead and could only say, "Then you came at the wrong time. Lucifer isn't here right now." Wolfgang was startled, then closed his eyes and said doubtfully, "It's true. The notes in the wind tell me that His Highness is indeed not here and not nearby." Charlotte was startled and hurriedly said, "You can sense it?" Wolfgang also hurriedly said, "Miss Charlotte, don't misunderstand. This humble one has never dared to disturb His Highness Lucifer. Even if I found this place, it was only because of the demon aura here." Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, and she gave Wolfgang a special look. Soon, the two came to a quiet place. Charlotte said, "You already know about Lucifer's outburst of power last week, right?" Wolfgang nodded and said, "Only His Highness Lucifer can dare to release tremendous power on such a large scale in the main world. It really makes me envious. By the way, why did His Highness do this?" Her employees didn't need to know what happened that day, but Wolfgang's situation was different. Perhaps she could use this guy's ability to find where Lucifer was now. Moreover, Charlotte believed that the other party would not refuse. After all, Wolfgang needed to play enough songs for Lucifer to fulfill the agreement between the two sides. Thus, Charlotte picked out some of the important things from that day and explained them. After hearing this, Wolfgang furrowed his brows, his expression solemn. The silver chains that came from the void even made His Highness anxious. Charlotte said, If it weren't for the main world, Lucifer would still have some scruples." Wolfgang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, with His Highness's ability, if he really broke out, I'm afraid it could have become a real doomsday, and not just that. However, the power behind this silver chain also made His Highness suffer a little. This is also an indisputable fact." Silver chain. "Do you know something?" Charlotte asked quickly. Wolfgang shook his head. "As far as I know, there are indeed people who habitually use chains as weapons. But in fact, I'm afraid they don't have the power to do this. The key is that after that battle, there was no news of His Highness, which is even more thought-provoking. Lucifer's life is definitely not in danger," Charlotte said with certainty. "Otherwise, we would all know. He is likely to have entered a lost area. If that's the case, then it's more troublesome." Wolfgang said, "Crossing different boundaries and looking for people in different secondary planes is not my strong point. Even you transcending level experts can't do anything?" Charlotte frowned. Wolfgang smiled slightly and said, "It's just that our fields are not the same. How about this? Wait for me to go back to the crack between dimensions and ask a friend for help. No one is better at traveling through space than that person. Then I'll wait for your news." Charlotte nodded. Wolfgang then took out a strange plate and retreated into a torn crack in front of Charlotte. Bucky picked up a piece of fried golden meat with a fork and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it with relish. My servant is really capable. He found me 3 new people in such a short time. Buggy forcefully swallowed the piece of fried meat, which made his taste buds explode. Licking his lips, he said, Miss Yu Yi, it seems that it won't take long for my god's kingdom to appear in real life. This was Mr. Besson's mansion. As a fanatical believer, Mr. Besson even gave up his room for the oracle to use, and he moved to the guest room with his wife. Mr. Besson's wife was quite dissatisfied with this, but after receiving the blessing of the oracle and feeling the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes magically disappear, she had no objection at all. That night, after Mr. Besson fell asleep, she sneaked into the bed of the oracle. Bucky gladly accepted it and spent a few hours in sowing glory on Madame Besson, and then promised that this sacred act would continue in the future. This is a good thing. Yu Yi glanced at Bucky indifferently. When the number of people reaches 100, I will help you create another miracle to consolidate their trust in you. When you have 100 fanatical believers, the foundation is laid. What else could Bucky say? Of course, he continued to lick the plate. Speaking of which, Miss Maid had prepared this kind of meat for him in the past 2 days. It was really amazing. He felt that his mental power cultivation in the past 2 days was particularly fast. Chapter 844. The 3-headed dog was sniffing the ground as it slowly moved forward. There was a huge ring on its body, and the ring was connected to a chain. The end of the chain was in the hands of a particularly muscular wrestler in a headgear. The 3-headed dog was naturally Chi-Chi, who was sent by Charlotte to search for the missing 3-star demon, Half. At this time, Chi-Chi suddenly stopped, and the hooded man looked around in confusion. This was a middle-class residential area nearby. They were now outside the fence of a 2-story house's back garden. This is the place where Half disappeared. The hooded man looked at the ordinary-looking house in front of him with a strange expression and then walked in. However, the hooded man didn't find anything special even after walking around in a circle. Apart from the fact that the owner of the house had a set of expensive suits stolen a few days ago and was now installing a surveillance system, nothing special happened. However, Chi-Chi had a strong urge for fresh flesh and blood, so the hooded man had no choice but to drag Chi-Chi out. However, at this moment, in front of the hooded man, a woman was walking towards him. Black boots, a dark blue retro-style jacket with a zipper, and a big round brown sunglasses on her face. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but her exposed body could be described as perfect. This is quite a fresh blood meal, the hooded man muttered in his heart. But now wasn't the time to let Chi-Chi eat. He still had the task that Charlotte gave him. Let's go, Chi-Chi. The wrestler pulled the 3-headed dog hard. They were cast with invisibility magic, and if the demon didn't want to, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. The wrestler held Chi-Chi's hand and walked past the woman. The woman's gaze didn't seem to fall on them. Just as they were about to walk past each other, the sound of the heels of the boots hitting the floor suddenly stopped. Is this the descendant of Cerberus? The woman's voice was heard. The man in the headgear was startled. This woman could see him and Chi-Chi. The hooded man abruptly turned around, only to see that the woman was sizing up Chi-Chi. I ran out of the materials last time, the woman said softly. Then she looked at the hooded man. Her bright red lips curved slightly. Actually, I didn't hide it on purpose. That 3-star demon. Who are you? The wrestler felt a strong sense of danger. The woman slowly waved her hand, and a black light flashed in the wind. The wrestler and Chi-Chi stopped moving at the same time, because their bodies were split into 2 halves, but even so, there wasn't a lot of blood sputtering out. The wounds on their bodies were abnormally smooth, and the wounds had been charred black, sealing their blood. The woman smiled and took off the big round brown sunglasses, revealing a pair of dark blue eyes. Miss Maid of the club. Yu Yi looked at the 4 pieces of corpses on the ground. Biting the end of the sunglasses frame, She narrowed her eyes with satisfaction. It's enough for several days. It was impossible for such filthy flesh to enter the kitchen of Miss Maid, who was obsessed with cleanliness, so they were processed in a star-rated restaurant in this city. Although it was fine as long as the food was cooked, it was not for the master anyway. The reason why this star-rated restaurant was chosen was naturally because of Miss Maid's personal whim. A normal kitchen was too messy and dirty. The strange pieces of meat were placed on the clean kitchen counter. The chef stood motionless beside them. Even though these pieces of meat looked like the heart of some kind of creature and were still beating, and the blood that flowed out was a strange dark green, he was still unmoved. As usual, I'll come and get it when I'm done. Well, let's make stew today. After hearing such a sound, the chef silently picked up the basin filled with meat, turned around, and walked into the processing room. Then he picked up the kitchen knife with blank eyes and began to cut the meat. After instructing the chef, Miss Maid left the restaurant from the back door. She walked alone on the streets of Rio, and when she passed by a fashion store, she would specially go in to choose and try on clothes. But she didn't buy anything. She would sit quietly in the small shop recommended by the gourmet magazine, and then look at the pedestrians outside the window. No one would come to talk to her, because she didn't allow any stranger to sit beside her. She felt that she hadn't been so leisurely and quietly enjoyed her time alone for a long time. In the past, there was a time when she was keen to wander around in her free time. During that time, the club hadn't changed its boss yet, and the former boss kept changing the address. But gradually, she lost interest in doing these things. Gradually, she spent more time quietly sitting in the dimly lit hall, waiting for different guests to arrive one by one. Everything was silent. Everything was silent. Everything was silent. Miss, what do you want to order? The waiter came over with a professional smile. Is there anything to recommend? She smiled. I read the magazine's introduction. This restaurant is very good. The waiter immediately said, Then you can try our cocktail here. Our boss spent more than half a year to make it for his wife's 40th birthday. It has a good reputation. Then please give me a drink. Everything began to make noise. Caroline didn't wake up until 3:00 in the afternoon. This was actually her usual schedule for Caroline. So instead of feeling unusually tired, she had an illusion that she had returned to her usual routine. She just turned her gaze, and when she saw Arnold leaning against the window and looking out, she recovered from the illusion. It was such a bad day. However, she couldn't let this Arnold realize that she already knew something. So Caroline scratched her messy hair, yawned, and said slowly, Didn't you go to class? Arnold shook his head at this time and suddenly said, The weather outside is quite good. Do you want to go out for a walk? Caroline glanced at Arnold, doubtfully hesitating. Go out? Didn't you say that it's dangerous outside? Arnold said, I can't let you stay here all the time. He walked to Caroline, smiled, and said, It's been several days, and they haven't come looking for me. I think it's safe for now. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. Caroline hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then let me take a shower before going out. Arnold, on the other hand, readily agreed. After walking into the bathroom, Caroline quickly climbed to the top of the sink, opened the ceiling, and took down the paper and pen from above. She hid this when she came back in the early morning before Arnold came back. She quickly wrote a line in the notebook, then tore it, crumpled the paper into a ball, and stuffed it into her pocket. When she went out, Caroline said to Arnold, Wait, take out the trash. Don't you men have this habit? Arnold was taken aback. He watched Caroline walk to the garbage basket and began to clean it up. He said in a daze, Probably I'm used to being alone. A person's life can also be more exquisite. Caroline picked up the garbage bag and shrugged. It doesn't matter who we are, right? Arnold suddenly said, What if it becomes two people? Caroline frowned and gave Arnaud a puzzled look. Arnold shook his head and pushed the door open. Nothing. Oh, put on a hat. Caroline didn't say anything. After putting on the hat, She carried the garbage bag and left the dormitory with Arnold. The management staff had long been accustomed to women appearing in the boys' dormitory, so they were not surprised. Caroline threw the garbage bag into the bucket downstairs in the dormitory. After looking around casually, she quickly returned to Arnold. "Where are you going?" Arnold naturally grabbed Caroline's hand at this time. "It's more natural this way." Caroline glanced at him and smiled. "I usually collect money." Arnold said, "There's a masquerade party at the school's new auditorium today. We can go over and have some fun." "Masquerade party?" Caroline opened her mouth in surprise. The clothes were provided by the university club. The co-organizer included the university's drama club, so the students could borrow a lot of costumes. Caroline looked at the strange clothes of the men and women in the huge auditorium and gradually got used to it. To be honest, Caroline had been to many places with such a large number of people. Nightclubs, parties in the homes of the rich. For the students here, Caroline could be described as a veteran. But for Caroline, most of these activities were just for work. Arnold found a green tight suit with a red cloak and a black eye mask. It was Robin Hood's outfit. "Come on, don't be in a daze. Let's go to the middle." With that, Arnold pulled up the stupefied Caroline and walked toward the crowd. Caroline also chose a catgirl outfit at this time. Her beautiful figure was set off by the tight leather suit, making her look even sexier. Well, a man's eyes were full of male hormones. Mas que nada, the music that rang out at the party. Arnold lifted Caroline's hand and spun her in the crowd. He looked at Caroline with a smile full of vitality that was completely different from before. "Move." "Yes, like this. Don't think too much." "Like this?" "Faster, faster." "That's right. Release yourself. Think of yourself as a catgirl and I am Robin Hood." "Oh, I can't. My head is a little dizzy. It's too fast." Caroline stopped, panting. She held Arnold's shoulder. "I haven't exercised like this for a long time." Arnold, on the other hand, revealed a faint smile. The rhythm of the music suddenly slowed down, and he switched to another track. The men and women in the auditorium began to pair up. They were no longer dancing wildly. They shuttled neatly with them, like bees guided by the queen bee's signal. Arnold's hands were naturally placed behind Caroline's waist at this time, and he began to swing slowly. Caroline smiled and said, "I thought you were a bookworm." "I didn't expect. You are quite skilled at this kind of party." Arnold just smiled. "Actually, you are quite suitable for this kind of life." Caroline shook her head and didn't say anything. Arnold said, "If you were given a chance to have a new life, like now, would you be willing?" Caroline looked up at Arnaud. The soft music was impacting her heart. Perhaps it was because of the surrounding atmosphere, but at this moment, Caroline fell into deep thought about this problem. "Maybe we can go to a new place, a place where no one knows us." Arnold gently hugged Caroline and said in a magnetic voice, "It's impossible for us to stay in school for the rest of our lives. Once we meet Poston and the others outside, the happiness like today will leave us." Caroline woke up in an instant. She didn't struggle from Arnold's embrace, but she suddenly remembered that this guy used to be a dancer at the Kata Club. Did this guy also use this voice to whisper in Livia's ear? If you leave, what will happen to your efforts over the years?" Caroline said, "Your degree, your job, your future. Are you willing to part with these things? No matter how reluctant I am, it's better than getting into endless trouble." Arnold smiled bitterly. "I know, I have always known. As long as my brother is still here, I can't get rid of him in my life. No matter how hard I try, as long as I have this face that looks exactly like his, people will treat me as him." But he suddenly cupped Caroline's face and said softly, "But if you accompany me, we gradually approaching. Caroline's body suddenly stiffened. The moment Arnold approached her, Caroline instinctively pushed him away. "Caroline," Arnold called out softly. Caroline lowered her head. "Sorry?" I'm a little thirsty. I'll go get something to drink. After speaking without waiting for Arnold to speak, Caroline quickly squeezed into the crowd and left from Arnold's sight. You can let a man kiss anywhere on your body, except for your lips. In front of the bar counter with drinks, Caroline subconsciously touched her lips. What echoed in her mind was what Nia had once told her. Are you tempted? Suddenly, an untimely voice appeared in front of Caroline, waking her up abruptly. This hoarse and terrifying voice Caroline couldn't forget. It was the voice of 403. In front of her, it was 403. He was still dressed in the same creepy outfit as last night. He looked like a weirdo who had walked out of a movie. Caroline looked around in horror, especially behind her. 403 said indifferently, "Don't be nervous. Don't you see where this is? No one cares about my dressing like this. The students here will only think of me as a scary freak in makeup." Caroline was startled. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. 403 said, "Although that's the case, the irony is that I can appear in the crowd openly like this, instead of hiding in the dark corner. No one will look at me with fear." It was still such a hoarse voice, but it sounded indescribable to Caroline. Caroline hesitated for a moment before saying, Did you see my note and specially rush over? For what is it?" She knew that 403 planned to take revenge, but she didn't know what 403 wanted to do specifically. But at this moment, 403 suddenly grabbed Caroline's hand and pulled her towards him. Before Caroline could react, 403 had grabbed her chin with one hand and kissed her. Chapter 845. Amidst the music, the students suddenly heard a series of glass shattering after falling to the ground. The moment they looked back, they saw a large number of glasses being swept to the ground at the bar counter. All kinds of drinks were spilled all over the floor. There was also a terrifying guy who had been disguised as a freak on the ground. Robin Hood maintained his punching posture, while the guy on the ground with bandages on his head wiped his lips and slowly stood up. Beside him was a panic-stricken feline girl. Someone hit him. Someone hit him. It seems to be because of jealousy, the onlookers whispered to each other. Caroline was indeed in a state of confusion at this time. She did not expect Arnold to suddenly appear and punch 403 in the face. "Hey, take it easy. I'm just playing a game with her." 403 got up at this time and shrugged. "Do you have a boyfriend? Then forget it." His posture was very casual, as if he was hitting on a woman, and then the woman's boyfriend appeared. He waved his hand and was about to leave. This kind of thing was too common on the streets. "You're courting death." Arnold revealed a terrifying gaze, violent and ferocious. Just as he was about to further teach the guy with bandages on his head a lesson, Caroline grabbed his arm hard and said quickly, "Don't make trouble." But Arnold looked back at Caroline, his anger still not appeased. Caroline shook her head and said, "I don't know him." Before she finished speaking, Caroline looked forward in surprise. Arnold, who noticed Caroline's action, also took a look, only to see that the guy with bandages on his head had gone far away and blended into the crowd. Arnold unwillingly put down his clenched fist. Caroline gently tugged at Arnold's clothes and whispered, "Let's go. It's boring." They returned the clothes to the ball and changed back to their original clothes. Then, without talking, they quietly left the masquerade ball in the auditorium. For the students here, it was just a small episode of flirting and getting beaten up. It did not affect their mood. Soon, passionate music was played in the auditorium. Arnold walked in front while Caroline slowly followed behind. She didn't expect Arnold to be so excited. In a trance, Caroline seemed to understand what 403 wanted to do. She clearly remembered 403's gaze at that time. Even though he was beaten to the ground, his gaze was so happy, as if he was teasing a crazy lion, enjoying the madness of this lion. I really don't know him." Caroline took 2 steps forward and whispered to Arnold. He suddenly came over and kissed me. I couldn't react in time. "I know." Arnold shook his head and said sulkily, "It's probably some self-righteous guy. I've seen a lot of people like him. Don't let me see him next time, or else." Otherwise, Caroline stopped. With her hands behind her back, she turned around and walked in front of Arnaud. She stared at Arnaud with her eyes wide open. "Or what?" "I'll teach him a good lesson," Arnold said seriously. Caroline suddenly laughed, which made Arnold very puzzled. He hurriedly said, "Don't really think of me as a bookworm. It hurts when I hit people." "I'm not doubting that." Caroline shook her head gently. "The point is, do you know who that person is?" Arnold was startled, and his expression immediately turned ugly. Indeed, that guy's head was wrapped in bandages, and he seemed to have put on makeup. No one would know what he actually looked like. In fact, even if he appeared in front of him in person, he might not be able to recognize him. Arnold wanted to say something, but he found that saying anything would be useless. He couldn't help but feel discouraged. Caroline suddenly approached Arnold and whispered in his ear, "But thank you for this punch for me." The soft voice made Arnold feel a little itchy in his ears. Then he felt a soft touch on his cheek. It was Caroline's quick kiss on his face. Caroline didn't say anything. Arnold felt that it was a little sudden. The two of them only exchanged glances for a moment before Caroline turned around and walked forward. "I'm hungry. Is there any place in this school that has good food? I haven't had a normal meal in a long time." "There's a good restaurant in the park." Arnold hurriedly caught up. Caroline, however, suddenly looked elsewhere as if she was in a daze. Arnold followed Caroline's gaze. It turned out that a pair of intimate lovers were walking in front of them. Arnold asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Caroline shook her head. "I just think that this woman's clothes look good." "Clothes?" Arnold took a few more glances thoughtfully. Of course, this pair of lovers didn't notice that someone was looking at them. They had already walked past while chatting and laughing. "Let's go. There's nothing to see." She shrugged and continued to walk forward, but the corner of her eyes still swept across the face of the girl and the pair of lovers who walked past. This girl was the woman who appeared in the photo of Lucas and his girlfriend found in the dormitory. But the man next to her was obviously not Lucas. For Arnold doesn't seem to know this girl. Caroline frowned. Was it because Lucas hadn't introduced her before, or was it because Arnold, who had been exchanging identities, had no chance to know of this woman's existence? For 103, was he nearby now? Then he was also quietly watching, unable to recognize her. In the afternoon near the evening, after learning that Dr. Frankie had stabilized Mr. Orphy, who would be fine as long as he woke up, had left not long ago. He couldn't leave the work at hand, so he could only ask Barbara to stay and take care of him. Of course, Barbara was a very responsible servant. She had been accompanying Dr. Frankie in the ward, but there were also people who had to go to the emergency room. Putting down the magazine, Barbara glanced at Dr. Frankie, who was still in a coma, and walked to the bathroom. There was naturally such a configuration in the independent ward. But when Barbara came out of the bathroom, she showed a frightened look. Dr. Frankie was no longer in the hospital bed. The infusion tube was pulled out, a corner of the quilt was lifted, and one of the slippers under the bed was missing. Barbara was so scared that she rushed out of the ward, but she saw Dr. Frankie in the corridor. He didn't go far. His slightly stooped figure was standing in front of the corridor wall, wearing only one slipper. Dr. Frankie was writing something on the wall with his fingers, as if no one was around. Barbara quietly walked behind Dr. Frankie, and he didn't notice. His fingers quickly wrote line after line of something on the wall, but no one knew what he wrote. Barbara couldn't understand what Dr. Frankie wrote. For example, the things in the workshop at home, Barbara felt that they were just scribbles. "Dr. Frankie?" Barbara called out, subconsciously. Dr. Frankie trembled slightly at this time, unexpectedly responding to Barbara's call. He turned around with a trace of doubt in his eyes and said, "Barbara?" Why are you here? Barbara grabbed Dr. Frankie's arm in surprise. Oh my God! Dr. Frankie, you finally recognized me. What happened? Dr. Frankie frowned, then looked around blankly and looked at the patient gown on his body and said in surprise, "This is a hospital? Why am I here?" "Doctor, have you forgotten?" Dr. Frankie shook his head as he rubbed his head. "I can't remember it. Can you tell me about it?" "Of course." Barbara nodded and then said, "But this is not the place to talk. Doctor, let's go back to the ward first. Let me tell you, since last night, you really scared us to death. You don't know, Mr. Orphy directly paralyzed the traffic in Rio for more than 2 hours because of you. That's the busiest time during the day." After listening to Barbara's retelling, Dr. Frankie didn't speak for a long time, just staring blankly out of the window. At this time, Barbara came with a glass of water, and at the same time glanced at the infusion bag next to the bed. She had already called the nurse to come over and re-inject Dr. Frankie with normal saline. "Doctor, drink some water." "Thank you." Barbara sat down and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, "Doctor, don't drink anything next time." "No, I have to hide all the poisonous things at home." Dr. Frankie smiled bitterly. "I'm not really crazy." "But you looked like you were crazy before," Barbara insisted. Dr. Frankie began to look for something. He looked over the bedside and the cabinet next to it, but didn't seem to find what he was looking for. Barbara couldn't help but ask curiously, "Doctor, what are you looking for?" "My notebook, have you seen it? The brown leather one." "Dr. Frankie," hurriedly said. Barbara shook her head. "What notebook? I didn't see it. It should still be at home, right?" Dr. Frankie didn't say anything and just sat down quietly. Seeing that he didn't speak, Barbara began to read the magazine in boredom again. "Barbara, I want to leave the hospital," Dr. Frankie suddenly said at this time. Barbara didn't agree. "Doctor, you can rest here for a few days and go back when you're well. I'll come over to accompany you these few days. By the way, Mr. Orphy said that he would come over after work. Originally, he didn't want to leave, but he had to attend a meeting in the afternoon, so it's okay." Dr. Frankie shook his head and said, "By the way, I'm a little hungry. Can you get me something to eat?" "Okay, doctor, what do you want to eat?" "Soup. I want to drink some thick soup," Dr. Frankie slowly said. Barbara hurriedly stood up and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go to the hospital cafeteria to see if there's any." "Doctor, are you really okay?" "What problem can I have?" "I just feel a little bad." Dr. Frankie bitterly smiled. Only then did Barbara nod and quickly leave. But on the way, she called Mr. Orphy and told him that Dr. French had woken up and regained his senses. After learning about this, Mr. Orphy seemed to be in a better mood. After giving a few simple instructions, he went back to work, but also promised to come over in the evening. Not long after Mr. Orphy continued to participate in the meeting, Barbara called again. "What's wrong, Barbara?" "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know. The doctor said that he wanted to eat something, so I went to buy some thick soup, and then, I don't know how to say it. Sir, when I came back, the doctor was gone. This time he really disappeared. I can't find him." "What?" At the meeting, Mr. Orphy suddenly stood up under everyone's surprised gaze. On a busy road, an old man in a patient's gown was walking on the street. He waved his hand, and soon a taxi stopped in front of the old man. After getting on the taxi, the driver looked at the old man's clothes and asked curiously, "Sir, did you just come out of the hospital?" The old man was Dr. Frankie. Dr. Frankie didn't answer at this time, but directly gave an address, Fragrant Hill Avenue, North Street, number 481. This address was where the noble residential area was located, which was the place of the rich. Although the old man seemed to have some problems, the driver didn't find it too strange. "Sir, is this your home?" In order to liven up the atmosphere, the driver decided to talk with the old man. In fact, many drivers in the industry were talkative. On the long road, they naturally needed to find something to kill time. "Well, yes, my home." Dr. Frankie wasn't in the mood to chat. After a simple reply, he didn't look out of the window and ignored the driver. Seeing that the old man didn't want to talk, the driver had to turn on the radio, tactfully. But after a while, the old man in the back seat suddenly leaned forward and asked, "Where is this? Who are you, and where are you taking me?" The driver was startled and said, "Sir, aren't we going to number 481 North Street, Fragrant Hill Avenue?" "That's what you said, a meeting place." "Did I say that?" Dr. Frankie frowned and then shook his head. "I didn't say that. The direction is wrong. Send me to the aerospace branch of the National Scientific Research Institute." "Aerospace branch?" The driver was stunned. "What are you waiting for? Go quickly," Dr. Frankie said in a deep voice. "I have a very important experiment to do. This old man, is there something wrong with his brain?" The driver glanced at Dr. Frankie suspiciously. After all, he felt that there was something wrong with this old man in a patient's gown. He glanced at the street next to him and saw 2 policemen patrolling on the road. He hurriedly said, "Oh, sir, can you wait for a moment? My son asked me to buy something for him. It's right there. Wait for a moment, I'll be right back." Then, without waiting for Dr. Frankie to speak, he parked the car on the side of the road. After pulling out the car key, he hurriedly walked to the 2 policemen patrolling. "Sir, I just saw an old man in the car. There seems to be something wrong with his brain. Can you see if you can contact his family or something? Is that the person you're talking about?" One of the policemen pointed at him. The driver took a look and saw that the strange old man had already sat in another taxi and rushed onto the road. Chapter 846. A crack appeared in the void, and the very rich Wolfgang strolled out. This was the coordinates of the Eternal Night Palace, the gate to paradise lost in the void where the Transcendents lived. Although the Eternal Night Palace in front of him was majestic and huge, it was only a gate to paradise lost in the void. Through the Eternal Night Palace, the Transcendents could teleport to their own residences. The complete paradise lost in the void was formed by the residences of the Transcendents. On a huge platform, a middle-aged man was sitting in a daze. The middle-aged man looked like he had nothing left to live for. His hands and feet were chained, and the end of the chains was nailed to the platform by a huge nail. Wolfgang walked up to the middle-aged man and looked down at him. "Are you the guy who accidentally entered the Eternal Night Palace and was used as bait by the hidden sword?" Middle-aged man. Yu Danqiang heard this and slowly raised his head. His eyes had become cloudy long ago, and it seemed that it took him a long time to realize that this super-rich guy was talking to him. It was no wonder that Yu Danqiang's reaction took so long. In this place there was no day or night, and there was no need to eat. Time seemed to have stopped, and it became meaningless. He didn't even feel tired, and his mind was always in a clear state. But because of this, after an unknown period of time, Yu Danqiang's mind had fallen into a bad state. In order to deal with this situation, his brain took the initiative to make some adjustments. Dazed. "Oh, this original demon of the void looks like a person. No, this is really a person." Suddenly, Fishball Chong realized something. He shuddered and quickly stood up. "Brother, I'm here to help you. Save me. I'm trapped here by a she-devil. It's too dangerous." Wolfgang nodded, then pointed at himself and said slowly, "I'm the companion of the she-devil you're talking about." Yu Danqiang. Yu Danqiang opened his mouth, only to feel despair. Wolfgang suddenly smiled and patted Yu Danqiang's shoulder, saying indifferently, "Continue to wear it, it's good for you. There are so many primordial void demons being devoured by the platform. It would be nice to share some with you." "What do you mean?" Yu Danqiang suddenly grabbed at Wolfgang. However, Wolfgang did not intend to have too much contact with Yu Danqiang. After quickly taking a step back, he smiled and did not say anything. He directly walked past Yu Danqiang and walked towards the Eternal Night Palace. Transcending level experts didn't have a superior and subordinate relationship, but they still abided by some conventions. For example, they wouldn't casually come into contact with another transcending level expert's chosen person. "Wait, bro. Yu Danqiang's voice had already gradually disappeared. After entering the Eternal Night Palace, Wolfgang quickly arrived at a large hall. This was a place that was not serious, but was filled with a desolate aura, because rather than calling this a large hall, it would be better to call this a sword graveyard. The cross-shaped high platform ran through the four directions of the great hall, and on the floor below the high platform there were countless swords, sharp treasured swords, murderous swords that emitted a cold light, broken swords, withered swords that were mottled with rust. In the center of the high platform, a young girl was sitting, cross-legged. She had short black hair, but the moment she opened her eyes, she saw silver pupils. Wolfgang. The little girl frowned, as if she was very surprised to see this super-rich guy. I heard you were in contact with the Queen of Hell. Did you succeed? Oh, that's the day I was looking forward to. Unfortunately, it hasn't come yet. Wolfgang shook his head. I'm not as lucky as you, Miss Hidden Sword. That being said, Wolfgang couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. This girl couldn't even be counted as waiting for a rabbit to come out of a tree stump. A true soul fell from the sky. What the F***ck was this? What's the matter? Hidden Sword asked indifferently. Wolfgang directly stated his purpose. Of course, I hope you, the manager of the gate, can open the portal for me. I have something to do. Coordinates. Hidden Sword asked directly. Wolfgang said, Can I set the coordinates myself? I don't want people to know where I want to go. Hidden Sword didn't say anything. She was only responsible for guarding the Eternal Night Palace and looking after all the portals in Paradise Lost. In theory, all the Supreme Level Masters had the right to use the portal. Wolfgang's request was not a big deal. Most of the time, the Supreme Level Masters didn't want other Supreme Level Masters to know about their interactions. Of course, as the manager of the portal, even if Wolfgang set the coordinates himself, she would still know. The so-called setting the coordinates himself was just to prevent the next person to use the portal from finding clues. Hidden Sword waved her hand. Under the cross-shaped platform, several sharp and cold swords rushed up and formed a ring in front of Wolfgang. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen. The frost even spread to Wolfgang's feet. Hidden Sword said indifferently, Go in. Oh, the theme of the portal changed again. Wolfgang looked at it and said casually, I remember the last time I used it, it was Thunder Flame. Hidden Sword slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate again. Wolfgang was already used to it. Which Supreme Level Master didn't have a special hobby? For example, this administrator lady was actually a person who especially liked cool special effects. And this manager lady basically didn't talk much with others. Perhaps it was because of her personality that she was appointed as the manager of this place. He strode into the ice-themed teleportation door and quickly disappeared. Hidden Sword waved her hand, and the cold swords that formed the portal returned to the sword tomb below. Hidden Sword opened her eyes and muttered, This coordinate is the demon of the void? Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was like a peach garden. The moment the door opened, Wolfgang strolled in the courtyard, filled with the fragrance of flowers. In front of him was a birdcage-like pavilion. A man was sitting and leaning on a pillar. The man's fingers were pale, but the bird stayed at his fingertips. When Wolfgang walked into the pavilion, the man slowly turned his head. He had long and straight, silver-gray hair. There was a red, cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. At the same time, his eyes were closed because he didn't have eyesight. He couldn't see anything. Noah. Wolfgang stood with his hands behind his back and gently called the man's name. Let me borrow your gem sword. The man. Noah smiled and said, The gem sword interferes with the parallel world. It has been forbidden to use it. Wolfgang said, No, don't be so exaggerated. I'm just looking for someone in the main world. They are all on the same line. Who are you looking for? Lucifer. Wolfgang said helplessly, Her Majesty the Queen is missing. It is speculated that she has entered the lost zone of the main world. In that case, There is no need to use the gem sword. Noah stood up, and the little bird flew away from his fingertips. I'll just accompany you to the modern. Haven't you not left your courtyard for decades? Wolfgang couldn't help but be surprised. Noah said indifferently, recently there have been some problems with the seventh Earth. The interference seems to be from the main world. I plan to go and take a look. Wolfgang was surprised. What's the problem? Noah shook his head. I'm not sure yet. There was a case of sudden death on the seventh Earth. But according to the original trajectory, she shouldn't have died. Wolfgang frowned. She actually broke away from her own destiny. Could it be the aptitude of a transcendent? She actually appeared on the seventh Earth? No, if she had the aptitude of a transcendent, how could she have died? However, Noah said she was just a very ordinary mother. She suddenly died in a car accident, along with her newborn child. Noah said this and shook his head. Well, I will investigate the interference myself, but it will be after I help you find Lucifer. By the way, where did she go missing in the end? Rio, Wolfgang said frankly. At this time, Noah opened his mouth slightly and revealed a surprised expression, which greatly surprised Wolfgang. What, you already know something? Noah shook his head and muttered, The mother I'm talking about is also in Rio. Is it a coincidence? In that case, let's quickly descend to the main world. With that said, Wolfgang opened the ice-themed sword gate. However, Noah shook his head and said indifferently, Use my book of space to descend. It will be faster this way. Wolfgang shrugged with an indifferent expression. Who asked him to be so capricious? After all, he was one of the founders of Paradise Lost. According to the rules, employees who had left their jobs were not allowed to enter the Research Institute, even if this person used to have an important position in the Research Institute. However, after all, a lot of national technology and secrets were involved, so even people like the founding members could not be casually let in. Dr. Frankie, it's not that I don't want to let you in, but the rules are like this. The guard looked at Dr. Frankie, who was wearing a patient's clothes rather helplessly, and said patiently, But, you have been relieved of all your duties. If I let you in, it will be difficult for me to explain it to the higher-ups. When was I relieved of all my duties? Are you new here? Facing the obstruction of the guards, Dr. Frankie couldn't help but be angry and kept arguing with the guards here. This matter was quickly spread to the head of the police station. The director of the Research Institute hurriedly rushed out. The people here actually respected Dr. Frankie quite a lot. After all, he had made indelible contributions to the aerospace industry. But there were merits and demerits. Back then, because of Dr. Frankie's stubbornness, a major disaster occurred, causing the Research Institute to lose a large number of talents. To be honest, over the years, Dr. Frankie had not been well liked in the Scientific Research Institute. Many of the staff members who were still in the Scientific Research Institute had lost their relatives and friends in that disaster. Therefore, their hatred for Dr. Frankie had not faded away with time. In general, this old man was the target of exclusion. As an old friend of Dr. Frankie's, the director wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. In fact, after receiving the request from Dr. Frankie's son, Orphe, this time he even felt relieved. The director originally thought that Dr. Frankie would quietly live the rest of his life after this, but he didn't expect that after a few days he would take the initiative to come to the door. Frankie, oh, old man, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you just came out of the hospital? The director waved the guard and looked at Dr. Frankie with a frown. Oh, why do you look so old? Dr. Frankie looked at his old friend in surprise, then quickly shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and let these guys in. Are you kidding me? When was I given a position? There are only a few months left until the launch test. How can you remove me at this time? The director was taken aback and said, Old man, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Your son asked me to do this. Oh, actually, I didn't want to do this, but Orphe is already the Minister of National Defense and Security. He asked me to do this, so I really can't refuse. Wait, what do you mean the launch test is only a few months left? When did Orphy become the Minister of National Defense? The two looked at each other in surprise at the same time. The director looked at Dr. Frankie again, then hesitated and said, Frankie, you don't seem to be in a good condition. Dr. Frankie frowned and said, I know. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to go back to the laboratory. I know the key point. With that, Dr. Frankie ignored the director and walked directly over. The director was startled at this time, frowned, and quickly waved at the guards. The guards understood and quickly followed, directly grabbing Dr. Frankie's arm, not letting him leave. Let go. What do you want to do? The director walked up at this time, looked at Dr. Frankie, and said, Old man, they're just taking you to change your clothes. You're not going to go in like this, are you? The Research Institute has its own rules. Oh, yes. Dr. Frankie realized, strange, why am I wearing this kind of clothes? The director then ordered the guards to take Dr. Frankie away, but they sent him to the reception room and then picked up the phone. Orphy? It's me. Well, Frankie is with me. He doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Okay, I'll wait for you. Got it. I'll keep Frankie, don't worry. In front of Mr. Orphy's house, the servant girl in trousers pressed the doorbell casually. She actually knew there was no one inside. However, if the owner was here, he would usually press the doorbell. After the doorbell rang a few times, Yi put her hand on the door lock, gently turned it, and pushed the door open. Sorry to disturb you. Chapter 847. After a simple handshake, Mr. Orphy quickly followed the director into the Research Institute. Where is he? Mr. Orphy was quite direct. Perhaps because he had been in a high position for a long time, he directly ignored the fact that he was an elder of the director. In a conference room, I've asked someone to comfort Frankie. The director shook his head. What happened to Frankie? In fact, Mr. Orphy could not help but briefly describe what happened in the morning, and then said, I've consulted several doctors. Their preliminary judgment is that he was overstimulated, causing memory disorder. He needs time to untangle the knot in his heart. The director sighed. Of course, he knew what Dr. Frankie's knot was. He also knew what the knot between Orphy and Frankie was. In front of the conference room door, the director stopped. You can go in by yourself. Mr. Orphy was not a pretentious person. He simply nodded when he heard the director. But when he was about to push the door was opened first. The person who walked out was a man in a white coat. He was about 30 years old. Mr. Orphy speculated that this man should be arranged by the director to comfort his father, so he just nodded and quickly said, Thank you for your hard work. Of course, this researcher knew Mr. Orphy, but at this moment, in the face of Mr. Orphy's thanks, he could only shake his head hurriedly. The reporter's expression was a bit anxious, and he quickly said, Director, perhaps you should really see what Dr. Frankie wrote. I don't know how to say it, but it's too magical. Dr. Frankie is simply a genius, a great genius. Looking at the excited researcher, Mr. Orphy and the director instantly looked at each other in astonishment. Then Mr. Orphy subconsciously pushed the door open. He gently pushed it open like a child pushing a heavy door. In the conference room, Dr. Frankie was standing on the edge of the wall. Just like what Mr. Orphy saw in the workshop at home, the wall was now densely filled with formulas written by Dr. Frankie with a pen. They slowly walked into the conference room, walking very softly. At this moment, the director raised his head and looked at what Dr. Frankie wrote. He subconsciously adjusted his glasses, his mouth slightly opened, and gradually became surprised. And then the director's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Paper. Pen. The director simply said 2 words, and the researcher hurriedly found a stack of A4 paper from the cabinet in the corner of the conference room. Then he took out the ballpoint pen clipped to his clothes and handed it to the director. At this time, the director sat down directly. Sometimes he would copy what Dr. Frankie wrote on the wall, and sometimes he would focus on drawing something on the formula that he had copied. My God, it's actually solved like this. This is a brand new algorithm. How did he do it? How did he do it? The director repeatedly exclaimed in amazement, as if Columbus had discovered a whole new continent. At this time, the researcher also took another piece of paper and pen, copied the director, and analyzed and calculated by himself while copying the director. While he was pleasantly surprised, he directly said, "Look, with this kind of kinetic energy, the power output can be increased by 5% according to preliminary estimation." They discussed enthusiastically and forgot themselves, just like Dr. Frankie, who was writing something on the wall. Mr. Orphy suddenly felt that he didn't belong to this place. He quietly looked at Dr. Frankie's back, but what he thought of was many years ago when he was young. Whether it was at home or in the research institute, he would always see this back view immersed in his own world. He neglected his family, neglected everything. He opened his mouth, intending to wake up everyone in the conference room, but he didn't know why he swallowed the words back when he was about to say them. It wasn't difficult for Mr. Orphy to figure out that, at this moment, his father was writing something very important to the entire research institute, so much so that the director and the researcher would lose themselves like this. Mr. Orphy silently stepped back 2 steps and then sat down on the chair near the wall. No one knew how this news spread. Perhaps a researcher who passed by saw this scene and walked in to take a look out of curiosity. Then he saw the director, who was looking at Dr. Frankie's back like a student. Then he was also surprised by the knowledge on the wall. In the end, he quietly took the money and sat at the conference table. Gradually, 1, 2, 3. The empty conference table was filled with people. There were young people, middle-aged people, and even people of the same age as the director. Then, next to the conference table, 1, 2. Gradually, there were more and more people, and the conference room became crowded. There was a lot of discussion, but it was surprisingly kept at a very low decibel level. It seemed that they were all afraid of disturbing Dr. Frankie and his pen, which was writing a lot of new knowledge. The process of researchers absorbing knowledge was a crazy and selfless process. They were even more devout than the believers who went to church. A female researcher with glasses was looking down at her notebook at this moment, walking past Mr. Orphy. The female researcher's shoe even stepped on Mr. Orphy's foot, but she didn't notice it. Then she walked back again and stepped on his foot again. Mr. Orphy was a little angry. He coughed slightly, intending to let the female researcher pay attention. Unexpectedly, the female researcher glared at him and made a gesture of silence. Mr. Orphy stood up helplessly and squeezed out of the conference room through the crowd. At this time, Mr. Orphy found that the corridor was actually full of people. They were glued to the glass window of the conference room, looking attentively. There were even many people sitting on the floor. Someone squeezed out of the conference room and spread out the things he had written on the ground. Immediately, someone moved over to take a look. Mr. Orphy shook his head. In this case, he was afraid that he couldn't take Dr. Frankie away. Otherwise, even if he had the title of Minister of National Security, he was afraid that he would be criticized by these researchers. Mr. Orphy helplessly came to the pantry alone, but he saw a security guard here. The security guard walked in and recognized Mr. Orphy. He instantly stood straight and saluted Mr. Orphy. Mr. Orphy shook his head and said self-mockingly, "After I get off work, I'm no different from you. Relax. For example, they can completely ignore me, right? They're all men with high scientific knowledge. They're different." The security guard could probably imagine what Mr. Orphy had encountered. Even so, he still didn't dare to be too comfortable in front of Mr. Orphy. Instead, he always remained cautious. "Sir, the water heater is broken. It doesn't work sometimes. Now we can only get cold water." Mr. Orphy gave a start. After so many years, this water heater is still broken? It hasn't been replaced? It hasn't been repaired? And you can get hot water from other places. The security guard said, "I heard that it was to save some money." The director often nags that the state's funding is getting less and less. "You just said after so many years?" He looked at Mr. Orphy in surprise, but Mr. Orphy didn't say anything. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and walked to the back of the water heater. Under the security guard's surprised gaze, he easily opened the back cover of the water heater and started to tinker with it. But after a while, the water heater actually started to work. The security guard was amazed. "Oh, sir, you're amazing." "My wife often says the same." Mr. Orphy shook his head. "Although I only know how to tinker with these things. I used to study mechanical and electrical engineering. I can still do simple maintenance." The security guard was startled and suddenly remembered some gossip in the research institute. This high-ranking officer's wife seemed to have worked here before, and she was also a high-ranking researcher. Oh, right. Mr. Orphy seemed to have remembered something. He looked at the security guard and said, "Call some people and pour some water for those guys in the meeting room. Otherwise, they will die of thirst. Look at them. I don't know if they will drink anything. No matter how thirsty they are, they won't drink anything." Even so, the security guard still nodded. Mr. Orphy walked out of the pantry with a glass of water, but suddenly stopped and turned around, asking, "By the way, room 118 on the 5th floor, whose office is it now?" The security guard was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "That office has always been empty and empty. It said that Dr. Frankie—" "Oh, your father asked for it to be empty." "Really?" Mr. Orphy pondered and turned to leave. "Do your job. Don't mind me. I'll just walk around." Until Mr. Orphy completely left his sight, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief. When Mr. Orphy was there, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In front of the room marked 118, Mr. Orphy had been standing quietly for a few minutes. But at this moment, many researchers were gathered in the conference room downstairs, so it was very quiet here. Naturally, no one came to disturb him. Even Mr. Orphy looked so weird at this time, because not only was he standing in front of the door, but he also put the phone to his ear without speaking. Faintly, a woman's voice could be heard from the phone. "Voicemail. Is it? Next week is Louis's birthday? Oh my God. I'm such a failure as a mother. Beep. Orphy, when this experiment succeeds, I'll definitely ask for a leave from my teacher. We haven't traveled together for a long time. You'll be free, right? Beep. Orphy, how's your work? Beep. Sorry, I was too tired and fell asleep, so I didn't hear your call. You should be asleep at this time. Did you drink a glass of milk before going to bed? Love you. Beep. Hard? It's not hard because it's also my dream. Beep. Mr. Orphy finally put down the phone, reaching out to touch the door number, faintly saying, "Margie, I'm fine, please don't worry." "Mr. Orphy, you're here. Dr. Frankie has fainted. Please go and take a look." From afar, the voice of the security guard that Zhang Tai met in the pantry sounded. "I'll be right there." Mr. Orphy instantly stepped out, saying in a low voice, "Has the ambulance been called?" "Yes, it has. It was already night." Arnold looked at the closed bathroom door of dormitory 403, then quickly took out a bag from the drawer and stuffed it into his school bag. After putting away the things, Arnold walked to the bathroom door, knocked a few times, and the sound of water inside stopped. "What's the matter?" Arnold said. "I'm going to the library, maybe back a little late." Caroline opened the curtain, frowned, and quickly responded, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. You have to be careful." Arnold smiled, gently patted the door, and said with ease, "It's okay, don't worry." He quickly opened the door and locked it, but didn't leave immediately. After hesitating for a while, Arnold finally took out a small thread and put it in the gap of the door. He carried his school bag and left the boys' dormitory. Of course, it was not to review in the library. When Arnold passed by the convenience store not far downstairs, he suddenly stopped. He went straight in, bought a condom from the counter, and then left. But before he took a few steps, someone patted his shoulder from behind, and at the same time a voice called his real name. "Haley, where are you going?" "Arnold." Haley's eyes widened in an instant. He felt that the hand on his shoulder was not strong, but it made him feel weak all over. This was Boston's voice. Haley quietly murmured and slowly turned around, only to see Boston looking at him calmly. I have an appointment with a few students, and I'm going to sell something to them. Oh, is that so? What a coincidence. Boston shrugged. Haley said calmly, why did you suddenly come here? I didn't slack off, you can rest assured. Boston shrugged and said contemptuously, do you dare? Don't think too much. I don't have time to stare at you. I'm here to send Arnold Boss here. Arnold. Haley's face suddenly changed. He came, why? There's an exam tomorrow, have you forgotten? Arnaud slowly walked out of the shadow next to him. He came in front of Haley, sized him up and said indifferently, it's time to change back. What's the matter? Why do you have such a weird expression? Haley hurriedly said, I'm going to deliver the goods. If I change back now, how about later? Arnold glanced at Haley suspiciously and frowned. No need. Let Boston accompany you there. You can take Boston's car and leave after you're done. I won't come out after going back to the dormitory. Why, is there a problem? No. Haley lowered his head. Boston walked over, put his hand on Haley's shoulder and said frivolously, if there's no problem, let's go. Hurry up and deliver the goods, and then we can have fun. Haley, don't say I didn't take care of you. I just opened a new nightclub, and it's very good. Is that so? Haley felt his legs go weak. What should I do? I hid the matter about Caroline from Arnold. Wait a minute, if Arnold returns to the dormitory and sees Caroline, what should I do? He was secretly anxious. But at this moment, Arnold suddenly called out to him, wait a minute, don't go yet. Haley's pupils suddenly contracted, but Boston was very obedient. He directly turned Haley's shoulder back and said, Boss, what else do you want? Say it. Arnold said indifferently, Haley, you forgot to give me the key to the dormitory. Key. Oh, yes. Haley hurriedly put down his school bag and began to rummage through it. However, after rummaging for a while, he finally rummaged through his pockets and said helplessly, I seem to have forgotten to bring the key. I must have been in a hurry when I came out. These students are very impatient, and they even have to specify delivery or something. Why are you panicking? I didn't say anything. Arnold shook his head. Forget it if you forgot to bring it. I'll find the administrator. You guys go quickly. Okay, boss. Boston responded directly. Haley didn't dare to say anything more. He directly let Boston push him and strode away. Arnold narrowed his eyes and watched Haley leave. Only then did he quietly hide in the shadows. He walked along the shadows until he reached the dormitory building. He waited for a while until no one was coming in or out, then he quickly walked in. He soon arrived at the administrator's room. When the administrator saw him enter, he subconsciously said, What's the matter? Didn't you just go out? Have any strange people come by recently? Arnold asked indifferently. The administrator was stunned. Then he stood up and respectfully said, Boss. As he spoke, the administrator quickly pulled Arnold in and closed the door. He said, No suspicious people came by. Don't worry, boss. Arnold nodded. Then he took out a roll of cash and placed it on the table. This month's salary. Count it yourself. Thank you, boss. The administrator chuckled. He quickly licked his fingers and began to count the cash. Arnold suddenly asked, Is there anything strange about Haley? The administrator casually said, Nothing strange. He just comes and goes. Oh, right, he brought a woman back and has been staying for a few days. A woman? What woman? Arnold frowned. The administrator said, She looks quite unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen her before, but she's quite pretty. Boss, she should still be in the dormitory. Maybe you can. Do your job, Arnold said indifferently. Give me the key. Chapter 848. Wait a minute. When he passed by a teaching building, Haley suddenly stopped and told Boston that he wanted to go to the toilet. Boston shrugged and said he would wait for him outside. Haley then quickly walked into the teaching building. When he was about to leave Boston's line of sight, Haley quietly looked back and found that Boston was about to light up a cigarette. He then stepped into the building and left Boston's line of sight. After that, Haley walked 2 steps faster and then ran wildly. There were many entrances and exits in the well-connected teaching building. Haley repeatedly looked back and finally stopped at another exit. He turned around and looked behind him. Only when he didn't see any trace of Boston did he let out a sigh of relief. Then next, "Haley, where are you going? Is this the way to deliver the goods?" Unexpectedly at this moment, Boston put his palm on Haley's shoulder again. He didn't know when Boston caught up with him. Haley took a deep breath. "Hey, I was going to look for you. Why are you here?" He quietly clenched his fist, intending to take advantage of this moment to punch Boston's face. But before he could do that, a huge force had already hit his nose. Boston was faster than him. After Boston hit Haley's nose, he immediately threw a knee to Haley's abdomen. Haley directly bent over in pain. At this time, Boston grabbed Haley's hair and pulled him up. "Hey, Haley, Boss Arnold told me to keep an eye on you." Haley struggled a few times, but was easily beaten to the ground by Boston. As the most powerful guy in Arnold's team, it was really easy for Boston to beat Haley down. "It seems that you are hiding something from us." Boston grabbed Haley, who had spat out a mouthful of blood, and said, "I think I need to properly greet you." In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes silently watched everything that happened. They silently watched Haley's futile resistance and was finally taken away by Boston. Then they quietly hid in the darkness. Room 403. In front of the door of room 403, Arnold stopped. His gaze swept through the gap of the door. After seeing the thread that was placed there, he didn't say anything. Anua's gaze shifted, and he directly opened the door and entered. At a glance, he could see the environment of the dormitory. There was no one, but he could hear the sounds coming from the bathroom. Anua narrowed his eyes and kept a certain distance from the bathroom. He moved slowly, but his eyes never left the bathroom door. It seemed that it was about to come out. The person inside, Arnold, had already moved to the table, quietly picked up the knife on the table, and hid it behind his back. Crack! Caroline walked out of the bathroom, lowering her head and wiping her hair with a towel. However, when she saw Arnold in the room, she was obviously stunned for a moment. She subconsciously asked, "Didn't you say you were going to the library?" "Library?" Arnaud glanced at Caroline, then slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. He shook his head and said, "I'm not feeling well. I don't want to go anymore." Arnold, who sat down, quietly stuffed the knife into the gap of the sofa. Then he turned on the TV, casually with his back to Caroline. "I didn't expect it, Haley." Arnold narrowed his eyes again. "Not feeling well." Caroline was stunned. Then she thought for a moment, poured a glass of water, and put it in front of Arnold. At the same time, she sat down and continued to dry her hair. Except for the sound of the TV, there was no conversation. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. It was Arnold's cell phone. Arnold glanced at it and saw that it was Poston calling. Caroline asked curiously, "Aren't you going to answer it?" "Oh, there's no caller ID. Maybe it's a salesman." Arnold smiled and casually turned off the phone. At the same time, he asked, "By the way, how do you feel today?" Caroline leaned comfortably on the sofa and said rather relaxedly, "Not bad. Thank you for taking me out to play. Otherwise, I would have been bored to death." "That's good." Arnold nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work these days." Caroline shook her head. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so emotional?" Arnold said, "Probably at night. I think more things, so it's easy to overthink." "What else? Don't you have other thoughts?" Caroline opened her mouth and remembered what Arnold said to her at the masquerade party. She said, "Can you give me some time to think about that thing?" "Of course." Arnold nodded. "Of course, I should give you some time." Arnold stood up and walked to the fridge. He opened the fridge door and glanced at it. "Do you want to drink something?" "I'll go downstairs and buy it." "Beer." Why didn't you think of coming when you just came back? After Arnold left the seat, Caroline lay down directly. I'm going to die without beer. Then wait for me. I'll be back soon. Arnold smiled and went out. She felt that something was wrong. Caroline frowned, but suddenly found that there seemed to be something hard pressing against her leg. She put her hand into the gap of the sofa and took out the remote control of the TV. Caroline was stunned, shrugged, and watched the TV. When Arnold arrived, Boston was playing a mobile game. However, at this time, Boston was sitting on Haley. The corner of Haley's mouth was broken. One of his eyes was swollen, and his head was full of sweat. He was in so much pain that cold sweat kept oozing out. Seeing that Arnold had arrived, Boston quickly stood up, but he was still stepping on Haley's back, pressing him down. Boss, this guy won't say anything. He said he wants to wait for you to come over. Arnold nodded and looked around. In such a short time, Boston naturally didn't leave the university. This was an activity room in the teaching building. You go out first, Arnold ordered indifferently. Poston nodded. Before he left, he flipped Haley over and walked past Arnold. Boss, I'll wait for you outside. Arnold dragged a stool, put it next to Haley, and sat down. He looked at Haley, who was lying on the ground, then bent down and grabbed Haley's chin. He shook it from side to side and looked at the injuries on his face. Their gazes were fixed on each other. Arnold finally let go of his hand. Caroline. Haley moved his lips, but didn't say anything. Arnold sighed. You know I'm looking for her. Tell me, why did you hide it from me? Haley didn't say anything. Arnold seemed to be very patient. He looked at Haley and said indifferently, If you don't say it, then let me guess. When I went back, she called me by my name. That is to say, she doesn't know you're Haley, and she doesn't know you killed Livia. Well, you hid it from her. Arnold looked at Haley's evasive eyes and said coldly, You're interested in her? Haley suddenly sneered. Is that possible? Why would I be interested in a promiscuous prostitute? Even if I'm interested, it's just because I want to have some fun, like toying with that Leviathan. Arnold asked calmly. Like Livia, Haley said expressionlessly. Anua nodded and said with a smile, I knew it. How could you do something bad to me? You also didn't want to run away secretly, right? Yes. Yes, I wouldn't. Haley nodded faintly. Arnold suddenly knelt down on the ground and grabbed Haley's hand. A cold light flashed, and Haley let out a miserable scream. The scream was very long. Haley opened his eyes wide, and his face was twisted in pain. He breathed with difficulty, and what he saw was a small knife stabbed into his palm. It was the knife in room 403. Arnold was now in front of Haley and kept making shoo, shoo, shoo sounds. He reached out and touched Haley's face and whispered, Don't you remember who helped you deal with Livia's body? Haley struggled a few times, but Anua held his body down. Arnold said coldly, Have you forgotten who killed your parents? Haley seemed to have been triggered. He suddenly roared, I didn't. He rushed up to me himself. I didn't. I didn't. He wanted to hit me. I didn't. You didn't? Then why are you begging me? Arnold grabbed Haley's hair, lifted him up, and hit him on the floor. Begging me to help you? Do you want me to help you remember how you knelt in front of me, said you regretted it, and asked me to help you? I didn't. Haley stopped struggling and stared blankly at the ceiling. I didn't. Arnold pulled the knife out of Haley's hand. This action tore open the wound, causing Haley to hold his hand in pain and curl up his body. It's all right now. Arnold helped Haley up and sat him on a stool. Then he stroked Haley's hair and said slowly, it's all right now. Haley, you won't betray me, right? We are all accomplices, and we have been stained with the blood of our family. We came to this world together. We will never be separated. My dear brother. Haley remained motionless. Did Caroline say anything to you? Arnold was standing behind Haley at this time. He gently pressed his hands on Haley's shoulders and whispered in his ear, About that bank card? Arnold's hands tightened slightly. She said that a mysterious person entrusted her with the money, but the money in it can't be used. Otherwise, there will be big trouble, big trouble. It's possible that it's dirty money. Is there anything else? How to contact her? Arnold asked again. Haley shook his head. Arnold let go of his hands and suddenly said, Don't worry, I won't hurt Caroline. After the exam tomorrow, I will leave and take your place. You can do whatever you want. With that, Arnold left the activity room. He looked at Boston outside the door and said, Take him to treat his wound and bring him back tomorrow. Be careful, don't let him run away. Understood, boss. Boston nodded quickly. He glanced at Lee, who was in the activity room, and saw that his hands were hanging down and blood was dripping from his fingers. However, he didn't move at all. He thought to himself, Boss is amazing. This Lee, is he really going to be a cripple? Sorry, I met a classmate downstairs and chatted with her. Arnold opened the door, only to see that Caroline had fallen asleep on the sofa. After putting the beer in the fridge, he took a blanket and covered Caroline with it. Then he sat in front of the desk. Arnold turned off the light and left only a desk lamp on. He then took down the books and reference books from the bookshelf and began to work on the questions in the books. The light was turned on. It was a separate ward in the hospital. At this time, Mr. Orphy, who was sleeping on the sofa, suddenly woke up because of the light. Oh, sorry, sir, I woke you up. I didn't know. Barbara looked at Mr. Orphy apologetically. After Dr. Frankie got lost in the hospital during the day, he was only found in the evening. However, he was sent back by the ambulance. It's okay. I still want to apologize to you for making you work overtime. Mr. Orphy shook his head and said, Don't worry, I'll pay you for your overtime. That's not a problem. Barbara smiled and said, Sir, you can't handle it alone. By the way, I brought you some clothes and food from home. Maybe you can use the bathroom inside to take a shower. It will make you more comfortable. Thank you. Mr. Orphy nodded gratefully. Barbara shrugged and said, If you really want to thank me, sir, you should find a wife as soon as possible. That way I'll be much more relaxed. Orphy said casually, Then I'm afraid you'll lose your job. Let's stop talking about this. Barbara rolled her eyes and began to pack up the things she brought from home. When she took out a brown notebook from her backpack, Mr. Orphy asked curiously, What's that? Barbara said casually, This is the doctor's notebook, right? He woke up once during the day and said he was looking for this. When I went home to pack, I found it in the doctor's coat pocket and brought it over. He seemed quite nervous. Is there anything written in it? Mr. Orphy wiped his face and asked casually. I didn't look. Barbara shrugged and said, The servant's role is not to look at the master's private things. I'm a very professional person. I'll still pay overtime according to the legal rules. It won't be much. Barbara pointed a middle finger at him. Mr. Orphy smiled and felt relaxed. He walked to the table and picked up the notebook. He walked to the sofa and opened it. It seemed to be something like a diary. Sir, I'll go wash these fruits first. Oh, go ahead. Mr. Orphy waved his hand. The first page. I left home at 7:30 in the morning. Barbara made scones for breakfast and a glass of milk. I ate 3 scones and a glass and a half of milk. I arrived at the Research Institute at 8:55 in the morning. Because of the traffic jam, I was 17 minutes later than usual. The traffic was not good today, and there was a car accident on the 3rd road. I attended the regular meeting at 9:45 in the morning. I put the meeting minutes in the 3rd drawer of my desk. Matthew called me at 10:16 in the morning and asked me to have dinner the Saturday night. I said yes. Gradually, Mr. Orphy began to frown. It was not that he had never read a diary before, but it was rare for him to see a diary that was so detailed about every single thing. Mr. Orphy gradually felt something was wrong. I got off work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Orphy didn't come back at 9:17 in the evening. I planned to sleep. I felt a little tired today. The medicine prescribed by the doctor was almost finished. I had to remember to go to the hospital tomorrow. My memory was getting worse and worse. I didn't know how long the medicine would last. Hopefully, I could still remember something clearly, even if I forget who I am, even if I forget the way home. Hopefully, I could still remember Orphe. Hopefully, I could still remember Louis. Hopefully, when I saw them, I could still call out their names. Father, sir, what's wrong? Barbara came out with the washed fruits and saw Mr. Orphe lowering his head and covering his eyes. She couldn't help but walk over curiously. Mr. Orphe wiped his face and said with a hoarse voice, "Nothing. Maybe I'm a little tired."